Welcome back to Election Watch 2025. Hashtag Namibia Decides 2025. It is afternoon time, 2 p.m. You are joined by Mr. Choivo Jebela and Ashwin Mberi, and it is time for us to dig into the latest developments with regards to the election. Just before we cut our previous broadcast, we had announced that there was an announcement coming from the ECN, and it was the chairperson of the ECN, Dr. Alseti Kembwa, who urged Namibians to go and vote, but she also assured that there will be no results tonight. Yes, they will receive ballot boxes, but they will start counting. They will not announce any results tonight.
Election is not just a procedure. It is a demonstration of our democratic rights and responsibilities. I urge all registered voters in all 120 constituencies, 120 because Mapubi is uncontested, and 59 local authorities to step up and exercise their right to vote and actively participate in these elections. As the polling process continues throughout the day until 2100 hours, I encourage patience and respect amongst voters and election officials. Let us remember that this is a time for unity as we work together to further our democratic ideals. In closing, fellow Namibians, I thank all of you for your commitment to our democracy and encourage all Namibians to make their way to the polls. Let us show the world the strength of our democratic spirit. Thank you, and may the spirit of our democracy guide us today and always. Voter turnout has thus far been encouraging, with many citizens arriving early to cast their votes. I'm pleased to note that the measures were implemented to ensure efficiency and accessibility at polling places for all voters, particularly persons with disabilities and the elderly, are in fact allowing every Namibian to participate fully. We have established strict protocols to ensure the integrity of the electoral process. Political party and candidate agents are present at various polling stations to observe and monitor the polling process. Accredited observers from various organizations are also present at polling stations to observe proceedings and ensure transparency. We welcome their presence as it reinforces the credibility of our electoral system. Despite some parts of the country experiencing mild rainfall, these are Zambezi, Oshikoto, and parts of Komas, the voting processes have not been disrupted, and we continue to monitor these weather patterns closely.
All right, so that's the news. They will be receiving results at headquarters, but no announcements will be made today. Announcements will be tomorrow, and we should let you know that Election Watch will stay with you, keeping you informed at 8:30, 12:30, and 3:30. Mark those times, 8:30, 12:30, 3:30 on all the platforms that you're seeing right now. We'll be making sure that you get the results, and also we'll keep them flowing on elections.my.na and Namibia Elections 2025 on social media, Facebook in particular. Toivo, let's talk about the ECN. Let's start with this announcement. I think it is obviously prudent to announce, in case some expectation has been created. Yeah. But one wonders if they didn't know prior to today that they wouldn't be announcing results today, and if that's an announcement they could have made sooner.
Yeah. No, I think, of course, maybe the context is simply that counting will start from 9 o'clock once polling stations have closed, and maybe just to say people shouldn't expect results right after closing, because counting cannot start prior to that. But I mean, the overall, I suppose some results will start coming in maybe in the wee hours, maybe after midnight or so. Maybe not from ECN itself. Remember how it happens here.
Yes.
Citizens are out there, citizen journalism. People just take photos of polling stations, especially the centers, the constituency centers where the final results ought to be posted as per the Act. And once that happens, obviously...
all floodgates open.
Yeah. So maybe that is the context. I also do not expect the overall results to be announced even tomorrow. But of course, we expect constituency results to start trickling in tomorrow officially and to be announced. But maybe kudos to ECN so far. I think the processes have been smooth, maybe partially due to an extremely low turnout that we are observing. Of course, because with volumes of people also comes the challenge of technology. But so far they seem to be handling it very well.
Yes, without a doubt. And let's talk a bit about that turnout. If you are fortunate enough to live in Namibia, you know that there's a battle you cannot win, and that is the battle with the sun. And, you know, Namibians who didn't vote early, a lot of them aren't going to even risk or consider standing in this particular sun. Maybe a British sun, you can absolutely stand in that. Namibian sun is a little different, but you mentioned the extremely low voter turnout, which we can't blame on the weather or an act of God, so to speak, because that's actually been a recurring trend with regards to these particular elections. We were with Wanda Guchu just before midday, and we went from 1992 right up until this year. At no point has this election, you know, gotten a turnout of over 50%, so to speak. Perhaps the first one in 1992, I stand to be corrected. But really, it's been dabbling between 40%, 38%, 40%, 38%. The usual trend being when people are registering, they go out in droves, they go out in numbers. When it's time to vote, the voter apathy seems to kick in. Do we feel that, let's start with the ECN, could have done more to try and get people to the polls today in particular, knowing that this is a trend that has been easy to monitor over the years? A lot of people who've been looking at the political landscape in Namibia absolutely expected this, which would give us the natural conclusion that the ECN would have expected this. Yeah,
I think when you have a trend for so many years now that you don't really reach the respectable heights of turnouts, that there ought to be some rethinking to say, okay, how do we create the appetite? Because I know people put out flyers and radio announcements and all that, but is it working? It hasn't worked over the years. So there ought to be some new ways of saying, how do we actually do it? Is it the timing? Is it because I mean, you spoke about, the heat. We can't dismiss it completely. I just spoke to our colleague Nicanor Nangolo, who is in Kalkarand and Huachanas, all those areas. And the residents are telling him that we simply are staying away partially because of the sun. It's just too much. That's why last year I went viral when I was interviewed by MBC at the polling station in Eros, and I said, look, the heat was just unbearable, and it was around the same time as this year. So that factor can also be a fact. But the tricky part is that when you say elections must be held 5 years in a 5-year cycle, unfortunately, that cycle only stops in November.
Yes.
Unless there's some sort of national compromise to say, okay, but the incumbent will say, but you know, my term is not yet over. How do you check me out already? If we say, for example, let's do it in May, for those kind of reasons. But there has to be a rethinking. But there's an interesting development that happened in Mukwe constituency in Kavango East, where the residents, Philip Joseph, our reporter there, is telling us that residents are refusing to vote.
Yes.
They have popped up, they have showed up, but only to protest, not to vote, saying a litany of unkept promises. Electricity that was promised 5 years ago by the councillor there has not been delivered, and many other service delivery things. And so, like I said, it's a service delivery election. You can't get out of that corner and give other excuses. If services were not delivered, the people would be demanding exactly the answers, and I think now they're holding their councillors accountable.
Have we ever seen such a development?
More when it's coming from Kavango East, people use these derogatory terms to say they are voting cows, like they're just blind voters. But they are showing that no, we are not just going to put the cross there for you.
There's intent involved.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately, because it's a proportional system, whatever number shows up, it will still produce a candidate.
Yes.
Unless they had said, look, all of them said, look, we will not show up at all. But, if you have only 10% of the voters in that area show up, they will still produce a result, which is the unfortunate part.
Yes, yes, definitely. Yeah. And we'll dig into that particular story a little more, particularly after this video. We'll have the images to correspond with that. But coming back to voter participation on election day, Togo, the ECN might have had some of its work cut out for them. Now, I am in no manner endorsing these as democratic principles, but certainly I'll say movements that fuel democracy. Yeah. Youth in Africa have decidedly become more active in politics. Yeah. We saw this in Kenya. We saw this in Madagascar. That's how that uprising started. Yeah. I haven't seen any official statement against that presidency, so my natural assumption is that SADC and AU are on board, and thus I can speak of him as legitimate. We saw in Madagascar that youth uprising. We know the South African youth are very active. We know Namibian youth and South African youth basically feed off the same information boxes. Is there, wasn't this the time really where you could really mobilize the youth, because we are living in a borderless society regardless of where you cross over, whether you're going to Zambia. In fact, we can mention Zambia. Hakainde Hichilema himself came through on a youth vote which assured him over 1 million votes over Edgar Lungu when he came into power. It was the youth which drove that. So I don't think that the question of whether or not the youth want to participate is still a question, but has enough been done to involve them in this particular process and to inform them of what's going on?
Yeah, look, for me, the paradox is even that it's older people who are not technologically advanced. They're not on your social media and whatnot, who are actually showing more appetite.
Yes.
So young people have no excuse as far as I'm concerned. They are on X, they are on Facebook, which are flooded, those platforms are flooded with so much information. That's why I really am hesitant to point any fingers at ECN. I think they did what they could. I've seen a lot of information. It was not perfect. There are a few things that they could have done better. But I think, like I was saying in the morning, there's an issue of people, first and foremost, not understanding even the difference between the local authority councillor and the constituency councillor. That is on them. How could you not, as a young Namibian, 25 years of age, 27 or whatever the age it is, that you do not have just that interest? And the second part is really also what we keep hammering on, to say that this is the first layer of leadership in a hierarchy of president, regional councillor, local authority. These are your first sort of go-to people if something happens. And the fact that we do not seem to comprehend that simple principle, that is also very worrying. But the majority of the registered voters are young people. Over 71% are young people, and they ought to be the driving force, the catalyst to deliver these candidates to us. But when things don't go their way, they are going to, again, toy on the streets and say we don't have jobs, we don't have this, rent is not, the rent control board is not being implemented, because you are not coming to the party when the time to do so is there. So,
look, and I agree with you, the ECN can only do so much. Let's talk about the youth themselves and really the source of their apathy, because if we are clear on the fact that they are registering to vote, Are we now living in an age where the youth are satisfied with performative participation in politics? It's about telling you I'm going to register. It's about telling you that my values go left or right. It's about sharing the pictures or the memes that showcase my Marxist ideology. But when it actually comes down to the work where no one is watching and it's you standing in your constituency, perhaps outside a hot room, and it's time for you to make a vote that matters, you're not concerned.
Yeah. What worries me, I'll give you an example. Last year, October, I was in Japan, and my visit coincided with their local authority elections there. Their turnout was 30%. And when I was speaking to local analysts there, they said, look, for us, there are no issues really. It's a thriving society, everybody has a job, everybody's tap is running with water, electricity is there. So here is really just those who have the appetite on the day to wake up and vote, but there are really no issues. Contrast that with the situation here, where youth unemployment is hovering just below 50%, where the Rent Control Board continues to be a huge debate among young people to say there ought to be a board that regulates and controls rent. Those are issues that matter directly to young people in our country. So it's not like there are no issues to vote on. There has never been more issues in our country than there are now. So I thought naturally the appetite will be there, but we do not see that translation happening. I just came out of a voting booth a while ago. I walked there, 2 people in front of me. Within 10 minutes, I was out of the voting booth. Just unbelievable, and everybody who's speaking is actually sharing the same experiences. Yeah,
and of course, you do want a situation like that, but with it being a result of so much efficiency,
Kenya Kamboe, our reporter there in the north, Oshokoto, covering also Hangwena and Oshana, is telling me a while ago that there are more election officials in those polling stations than there are voters. It's a tragedy.
Tova, I'm going to need some time to digest that thought, because we're definitely going to touch on this. Presiding officer for Ocho Secondary School polling station, Lutricia Hansen, says over 200 voters have come through to vote today. She also mentioned that there were no technical difficulties during the voting process.
Good afternoon, I'm Hansen Lutricia, the presiding officer for Ocho Secondary School polling station. The voting process has been running smoothly since we opened at 7 till around 11. We were quite busy, but now the turnout of the voters was kind of declined. But we had plus minus 260 voters that casted their vote thus far. Till now, we didn't experience any technical issue. Everything has been running smoothly. Thank you.
All right, good to see that there is some progress there at Ocho Secondary School. Toivo, coming back to your last statement, I mean, it's a very important one, and it gives quite a clear understanding of what we are looking at here. More presiding officers, more election officials than people at a polling station. And you mentioned this is about service delivery. When people start complaining about what's going on, they do not start with ideology. They do not start with 1990. They don't start with 1970. They sure do not start with 1960. They start with bread, water, road, service delivery. If we are saying that the box has more or less been ticked, we'll put that to the side. Are we really seeing this? I don't know. It almost feels wrong that political parties can get away with not informing people, because now it has to rest on them. If we are going to be very honest, if you understand the importance of this election, you also understand the importance of your role in this election. And I would be first to say that I barely saw any campaign material. And if I did, it was in the last week or two, sent to me via WhatsApp, something just plastered together. People are looking for positions. They're not looking to make an impact. And the youth are always complaining about legacy politics. But you know who's likely to not miss out on participating in a regional election is someone who's got a political legacy behind them. Because their dad, their granddad, their mother, their grandmother are going to tell them, go and do what you need to do. And so if there is a cycle like that that people consider to be negative, there's absolutely no way of stopping it. What could the political parties do? I mean, Bernardo Swatboy earlier said that he saw a low turnout. He was not surprised.
Yeah. No, look, I think there's an element. I was speaking to an analyst just a while ago, and this analyst says that there's a great deal of disillusionment. People simply not happy. Because, I mean, look, I am a Windhoek resident. And I will always compare the last election to this one. To say 2020, we voted. People came into office. What has changed on the face of Windhoek 5 years later compared to 2019, for example? It's not it's actually, if anything, some things have actually become worse.
Regression.
Yes. And there's also this decline of our towns. Generally, it's not about the last 5 years. There's been a steady decline of Namibian urban centers. Tsumeb used to be this hub, people wanted their children to school in Tsumeb. Of course, the mines also that were there also played a role in that. Or Kahanja here used to be called a garden town. Where are those gardens? It's garbage, it's heaps of garbage and everything like that. So there's nothing progressive about these towns. And when people look at that, they say, but why am I voting constantly? Why must I stand in the sun for so long only to give people jobs? Because that is now the thinking. Because look, I'm giving you a job, a paid job as a councillor, as a mayor or whatever, in return for something for me. And for me, it's only service delivery that I demand of you. And when you collect your salary every month, irrespective of how you performed, and my situation remains the same, why must I vote? It's give and take. So you can understand also where it's coming from. The stakes are high. But the political parties also during the campaign period, we've seen them pointing fingers more at each other than really talking about issues that are affecting people. IPC leads Walvis Bay and Swakopmund. LPM leads the South. In Windhoek, we have a conglomeration of political parties. And everybody is saying, they didn't do anything while they were in power. The blame game is not what I'm interested in now. Is to say, like I was saying earlier, give me pointed, timelined, itemized things and say, this is what we're going to do. First 2 years in the office, this much. 3 years in office, this much. By the end of our term, we do that for you. That's not coming out. I'm a Windhoek resident and I don't know exactly. I held a town hall debate last week, Thursday, which was very nice, explosive and all that. But the granular ideas are not coming out properly. Just no housing. What about housing? No, but the sanitation in the, what about it? Tell me how many are in Havana now and how many people are sharing that one toilet and how you intend to resolve that and within what time frame. Those granular details are not coming out.
Have we become, and this is for lack of better term, slaves to political ambition? Has the political field stopped being considered strictly about service delivery, and the key word being service, serving the people, and has it become so self-serving that people cannot fathom that there's a connection between this ballot and progress?
Yeah. So I think we have just politicized these things too much. It's a battle of dominance, it's egos, it's these things. Because what is also funny in this local authority, you look at Windhoek, for example, and I keep using Windhoek as a shining example, but because I can tell you, urban centers will come out in a similar fashion that we saw Windhoek for over the last 5 years. The collective people want to put up their hand when success is being talked about. The mayor of Windhoek this week tabled what she called an exit report, highlighting what the achievement during her mayorship brought. Well and good, congratulations. But the moment you point at the negatives, then no, apparently it's the collective. No, you can't just say it's IPC, you can't just say it's SWAP, you can't just say we were all there. But success, they want to appropriate it. So it tells you that egos have actually captured our politics. And we can't do that. In the Windhoek City Council, SWAPO has the most councillors by an individual party. But it's made to look as if some other parties have the more seats there.
That is something which is difficult. Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from in the sense that when you're the only ones, and I'm talking broadly over here, not necessarily SWAPO, you can pick a country. When you're the only ones who've been in power for decades, the amount of fingers you can point is very, very limited. And we have to be honest, there are people who are functioning within the system, then there are people who have become the system. Some political parties are systems of themselves within the collective system. And the finger pointing, as you say, does not really help anyone, because what we need is solutions. We don't need to see how well you can oppose someone. We need to see how well you can lead. And it seems like a lot of people don't have enough substance to stand on what they wish to deliver without having to point fingers. Make no mistake, politics is all about accountability. We can't separate the two. Terrible things happen when there's no accountability in politics. And we can go further to say that robust debate is a part of accountability in politics. It allows us to see different solutions and different ways of approaching things. But when we correlate the voter turnout to the lack of campaigning, to the fact that we know that the celebration of the win will be far louder than the campaign for the seat, how easy or how difficult is it for Namibians to believe that someone is out for their interests?
That is really the question. I mean, I mean, these town hall debates that I've had, they really taught me a lot of things about what people on the ground felt. They were heckling each other because people just said, no, you guys, just because you're on live television now, you can't come and say these kind of things. In Rundu, a guy in the audience said, the paradox of Rundu is that you have flooding today. Flooding, your house is flooded, and tomorrow, the very next morning, you don't have water to drink. The irony of that is just unbelievable. And then in Walvis Bay, there's this thing where IPC is being blamed, but they also defended themselves to say, look, they have created, in terms of housing there, they've created a new location, demarcated properly. There will be houses in this line, there will be a road here, there will be a police station and a clinic here, so don't build in that space and whatnot. But before they could go and service that land, water, electricity and all these things, people started packing up their things to go to that location. And they couldn't stop the people, because there's this belief also to say, look, maybe the approach to land and housing, urban land and housing, maybe is wrong. Maybe it's about time we identify land, demarcate it properly, because the moment you put engineering services there, water, quantity surveyors and all that, the cost to me as a buyer of that plot will be including what you spent on that. And then the whole thing becomes expensive. As opposed to maybe identify that, let people that can move already, and services find them along the way. It's not ideal, but anything else that we tried contrary to that has not worked. So those are the paradigms that within which these political parties are working. But really, we can't repeat the same things over and over. I think, for example, that the Local Authorities Act, one of the priorities as soon as this election is over, is to overhaul the Local Authorities Act of 1992. 1992 was some 33 years ago. the realities 33 years later cannot be the same. So people came up with the founding fathers of that act were guided by the context of the time. But things have changed now drastically.
Things have changed indeed, Toivo. Now, the presiding officer at the fixed polling station at the open area behind Old Service Station in Arandis, Delicious Ntaba Lingeza, says he's dissatisfied with voter turnout at his polling station. And in another clip, he's experiencing a rather unique issue, Toivo. He says there's issues with ladies with manicures.
Delicious Ntaba Lingeza, the presiding officer of the open area near around this old service station. I'm here. We opened our police station around at exactly 7 o'clock, and we didn't experience anything. The moment when we opened, we have found already people, they were already in the queue. We didn't experience any problem. So now maybe it's estimated around 200 and something voters, they voted, they casted their vote so far. Yes, but the turning of the people is not so, it's bad. It's not, they are not turning so very fast. But we are waiting, they are coming, but they are not coming the way they did morning time. Mostly those people are turning, they are elderly people and the women. They are the ones who are voting. Yes. Yeah, they also experience some who are coming with the nails where we cannot apply our invisible ink. So some we advise them to remove on the spot. They did. It's only one who went because she didn't want to remove her nail. Then she went back.
Very interesting development there, Toivo. The gentleman is saying that there's issues with manicured nails. I don't think, I think there's a difference between manicured nails and long nails. I've got a wife, so there's a difference, and it is interesting to see. No one had really, I hadn't thought of that as an issue. I don't recall that being an issue during the most recent elections, including the presidential election. I really hope that there's no, I don't know, patriarchal undertones.
No, it's
in regards to that.
No, it's I think it's a valid concern, really, because
practicality.
because people can take chances. If you can wipe off the ink, you can always go back again for the second time. I don't know how they do it, but people can try those funny things. When I went into the polling station, the officer asked me, "Do you want a small dot or a big one?" And I didn't understand the question. I said, "Doc, why does it matter?" Then she said, "Oh, maybe you want to go and post on social media because everybody's posting." Then I said, "No, just do it the way you want to do it." And then I came out of the booth. I go back to my phone. There's a guy, a friend of mine, who says his is so big. Almost the entire nail is thumbnail is painted, and he was joking to say, "I might actually use this again in 2029 without having." That's how big it is.
But it is very interesting that the presiding officer will ask that, because just before we showed that last video, Toivo, you said that it's important that the Act of 1992 reflects the times. This is really a reflection of the times. The presiding officer saying, "Do you want a big dot so you can show it on social media?" I could have never imagined such a sentence coming out 10 years ago. But also it means that, we're past this conversation of social media being separate from how we are interacting in society and how we are moving along politically. And let's get some more updates from across the regions. Presiding officer at the Jan Jonker Afrikaner School, Sean Plakis, explains why the polling stations in Katutura East constituency remain empty for voting.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Plakis. I am the respective presiding officer for Jan Jonker P polling station in the Katutura East constituency. As to the voters' outcome, so far we had like somewhere around 200 voters ever since we opened our polling station 7 a.m. and we are still expecting more voters. I mean, Even though the turnout is a bit low, we are expected till the end of the day or till the end of the closing of the polling station. Yeah, and the reason being why I feel voters are not turning up, I feel like maybe they are running errands or they are busy with their children since it's a public holiday and payday was just yesterday. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Tove, we'll move on to our next clip before we add our remarks. So, Hanas resident Alton says he's about to cast his vote, adding that he wants to see changes in the settlement, especially regarding the scarce water supply.
Amos Eldon, ik ga always from Waganas. Ik ga vote nou en ik wil. Klom, ik heb baie goedes gezien teen ander wat ander mense was dan binnenkant. Nou gaan vote zoals ik wil zien, ik wil klom goedes zien in Waganas. Ik wil ander mense wat hulle goedes sê nie. Daar's baie goedes wat moet in Waganas gedoen word. Die mense ons gaan vote hulle van daar af. Hulle gaan pleinen vir hulle se families. Ons die hele community, he must work for our community. Tomorrow we want to see who will be there. Our councillor, we want to ons wil sien, ons wil eindig te sien wat aangaan. In Waganas, daar is klomp goede se wat moet terug gedoen word. Daar is eens die vaderie. As die vader oggend afgaan, ons kry net die vader aan tyd 6 uur 7 goede se. Ons wil vader elke dag hê. Asseblief net so vra. Asseblief, dankie.
You know, there is something interesting that I am noticing, Tove, and you're free to correct me.
Yeah.
When we've been conducting these interviews, and many thanks to all our Network Media Hub journalists, they truly are making sure that the nation stays informed out there.
Yeah.
When we've been conducting interviews in the urban areas, it's been, I'm happy to vote, it's me voting, is this. But once you go to these other areas and the settlements, you know, you're hearing people talk directly about the issues.
Yeah.
And it is the capital city. If we're going to, you know, say that there's a more spoiled folks here. Maybe let's not say spoiled, but people who would take things for granted. It'll probably be here because also, when I say here, I'm not talking about all of Windhoek. I'm clearly not talking about parts of Katutura where there is real service delivery that needs to happen there. But you can see what this means to the youth in the other regions. You can see that for them, this is direct. For them, this is not about, we're not taking chances. It's day to day. It affects me day to day. I'm going to vote because there's no water.
Absolutely. Look, one of the dynamics in big urban centers is that there are these overlapping functions. I was interviewing the councillor of Windhoek West 2 weeks ago, and Emma Muteka, and I was saying to her, you know, when there's a pothole in my street, do I go to the city of Windhoek? Do I come to the councillor? Do I go to Roads Authority, which does roads? Who do I go to? Because there's this multitude of duplications. But in Okalongo, where I come from, there's no municipality there. If our children are walking long distances to go to school or they're sick to reach clinics, there's no Minister of Environment of Health there or municipality. I have to go to the local council and say, look, what's happening to the people here? So there it makes sense. That's why you can see people are talking with passion because they really, really go through a lot. And they want councillors who are hands-on, who are attending to their issues every day. In Windhoek, it's easy to shift. You have the regional, Commerce Regional Council is here. Oh no, that matter is for the governor. Oh, this matter is for the councillors. Oh, this one is for City of Windhoek. Even as City of Windhoek, you have a layer of councillors and then the executive. No, that matter is for the council. It's not for the strategic executives. There are no such privileges, so the people in those areas are not spoiled for choice like that. Therefore, it makes so much sense. It's a good observation that you made to say that the people in those rural setups seem to talk with more passion. The same thing that I asked the Swapo councillor for Windhoek East, flip the brain on the agenda, maybe in September or August there. I said to him, when you are a councillor of Windhoek East, Klein Windhoek, Klein Coupe, Ludwigsdorf, Eros, Olympia, these posh, rich suburbs. What exactly does a councillor do? There's already water, there's already roads, everybody has a toilet inside their houses, unlike people in Havana who have to share a communal one. And, you know, he struggled a little bit, not his fault.
Yeah, and not his fault, Toivo. And
Yes.
I can supplement that. I live in Ludwigsdorf. The last thing I wanted to complain about was too many drones.
Yeah.
The difference in problems is just dramatic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because really there you see that the functionality has been quote unquote preserved. There's a lot of private actors, particularly in those spaces. But there are places like this, like the gentleman we're talking about at the settlements, where you and the government, it's direct. It's direct. Their decisions and your life by tomorrow, you're going to be seeing that. And just to be clear, Toivo, after asking where you get you can get that pothole fixed, was that pothole fixed?
It has not been fixed, actually.
Okay,
That's why, I mean, that pothole has been in my street since 2021. That's 4 years ago. That pothole is there. Last night it was raining a little bit, and as I was arriving home, I had to be very careful because you think it's water, but you could actually sink into that. A pothole should not last for long than that. The funny thing is that we are told, people in these sort of areas, we are told we pay more because the amount of water that a guy like yourself in Ludwigsdorf pay for is the same amount of water costs much less for a guy in Vanaheda because it's this theoretical nonsense that somehow if you live in this area, we attend to your problems faster because you have money and therefore you pay extra for our services. But when a pothole has not been fixed for 4 years and I must pay high rates because I supposedly live in these nice neighborhoods, it's nonsense. I want a municipality that treats all its children equally.
Yes.
If there's a pothole in Babylon or Kahanja Park, Klein Windhoek, there must be a turnaround time for all of them. Same equal amount of time to say within 2 days or 3 days or a week, whatever you choose to do, it must happen. And we must pay. The amount of money that I pay for water must also be the same amount the guy in Marula in Katutra pays. It's just the way, for me, it should be that way. But these things of, no, the haves and have-nots, these ones must pay little, this must, but for the same amount of service, no.
Especially when, you know, some of the problems are really, you know, they reach across the border. I mean, I have to say myself, since those rains, which revealed how many potholes Windhoek is actually capable of, some of them might as well have earth numbers at this point, Toivo, because they seem like they're going nowhere. I saw some work on the main roads, but that was really about it. Now, Rosetta Ngades, the presiding officer for the Hoachanes State Hostel in the Mariento Rural Constituency, says that the voting process is going well despite the scorching heat, which you spoke about, adding that voter turnout has been excellent. The presiding officer of Kaukran's Recreational Center also says that with the scorching heat, they expect more voters to cast their votes once it becomes cooler.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosetta Naris. I am from Marindal constituency, currently at Wakana State Hostel A. I am here a presiding officer.
Okay, tell us how are things going so far?
So far everything is good. The voters have turned up in numbers. No complications, no violence. So far everything is going smoothly.
Okay, so what time do you guys think maybe you might finish?
The usual time, because we cannot say most when to stop, when what, so we'll be here until 9 o'clock.
Okay. So people did not show up with old voters card. You guys did not experience that problem here?
Nothing.
Nothing like that?
Everything was going smoothly since morning time till now.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
My name is Wendy Isaacs, Team 02, fixed team at Calgary Recreational Center, and it's physical.
Okay. So how are things going so far?
So far so good, no problems. We don't experience any problems. The only problems we really experience is people coming with old voter cards from 2014. They didn't really register again to have new register cards, and then people from other constituencies coming to vote here. But we advise them to go to their respective constituencies to vote there. Yeah.
Okay, so no technical difficulties.
Nothing really.
Okay. What time,
Everything
do you expect to finish today?
We don't really know. I can't predict because my people, they like that last minute things.
Okay.
So maybe they will turn up from 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because right now it's very hot. The sun is hot and nobody really want to move around in the sun. I can see some people that are coming this side. I don't know if they really know that there's a point that's going to be near them. But we're going to accommodate everyone.
Okay.
Very realistic to have concerns with the heat, and optimistic also, saying that once things cool down, people will come through. But again, these are issues that have been recurring. The sun has never treated Namibia any differently, and thus these are considerations. Someone out there, whilst everybody's pointing out the improvements they want, someone has to say, at the next election, can we all have shade? Can we just make sure that something like that happens? As we move on with more of our video reports, Moses Amamob, returning officer for Ocho Regional Council, says over 2,000 voters came through the various voting stations today.
Good afternoon. My name is Moses Amamop. I'm the returning officer for Ocho constituency responsible for the regional council elections. We've registered approximately 10,200 voters for the regional council for the constituency elections, as well as 7,800 more or less for the local authority elections. Historically, the voter turnout has been low across the country in the local and regional council elections compared to the national and presidential. And what we are seeing today seems to be supporting that historical trend. By this time last year, we were using book number 5 in the polling venues that are inside the local authority. One book contains 100 ballot papers. Currently, we are at book number 3. So you can see the discrepancy already supporting the voter turnout. Also, by this time last year, there were still long queues visible at the polling venues. If you go to the polling venues right now, most of them are helping people as they come. So there are no visible long queues outside. So the voter turnout is not as high as we expected, but it supports historical trends.
Okay. Any difficulties from your teams at the polling stations?
A number of issues, but again, it happens across the country in the sense that for the mobile teams that are outside, their tablets are programmed for regional council elections only, and when they are doing the verification step, because the local authority is not applicable outside the constituency, it gives them verification failure on their tablets. But that's not a concern, because outside the local authority boundaries, there is no local authority elections taking place.
Now, in a rather interesting update, mostly because I wasn't fully clear if this was possible, but Paulus Kamati and Napolo Joseph, who are serving sentences at the Windhoek Correctional Facility, cast their votes today as they too exercised their constitutional rights.
Otopo vengo kompinga o mahoro.
Kompinga o mahoro shima shwa shashi. Ono liko shirongo sha tashidelwa. Ono kala ushiwa tulapo leli. O ucha o tadiru kulea ushwana. Bodeko. Yeah, kaite yenge na kucha no ati ni mashirongo manga taba olola mito kundi kono oloka. Iketa no ololo ya tama no. Otali tishano. Yeah, bodeko. Oyino uta one olola ne etaningine matokolo no ni longo yinao nitole kutura ponleli manleli oturapo teiti teipe kuye mweneke taningire mwene yo na familia kunoka ta kembi gadi sekana disi kashine kuchongwambo ndamala onkwashike wana ibe waneshi yes sishimane yeah
Kuti gombera chitoko maororo ni
Gombera maororo kokochege kucha kisuwa no utangarara wa magis kokochege semaoro.
All right, Tovo, I wasn't clear on whether or not inmates could vote in this particular election. A little surprised, are you?
Yeah. I must be honest, I didn't really make time to think about it, whether they were allowed to vote. I know that a lot of their rights get snatched away from them. I just established not too long ago, for example, that if you're an inmate, a pensioner inmate, you no longer receive your monthly grant because there's this idea that you're already on the state bill, being a prisoner, and therefore you'll be double dipping if you were given that also. So I thought, of course, then that in that context might be some, but it would have been also harsh.
I think so too.
If your democratic right is, because people are in jail for a lot of things. Some really human mistakes. You might be capable of homicide, you ran over somebody innocently, and you were found to have maybe crossed the red lights, and you go to jail. Sad. And if you are told now that you cannot vote because of that, it's also sad. Of course, there are hardcore criminals also in those things, robberies and all these kind of things. But our constitution actually guarantees that everybody in the country, irrespective of where you found yourself in that particular moment, you ought to enjoy the same rights, basic human rights as others, and voting is one of those.
Which, to me, kind of sheds an interesting light on those who are exercising their voter apathy, because some of these inmates will not come out to see the results of whatever councillor, you know what I mean, would have implemented at that time. Yet you who are outside, who will deal with the potholes, who will deal with the lack of electricity, lack of water, you're not going out to vote.
Exactly. The contradiction couldn't be more telling. I think what interests me about inmates voting is also how much access do they have to information to really be an informed voter. Because those of us on the outside, you know, we follow news, we read newspapers. Of course, there's a bit of that in prison cells also, because I suppose we have one of the best correctional services in Africa. That's why we call it correctional. You are there to correct your behaviors and whatnot. So they don't get treated too harshly in that sense. But still, it's surprising that people would have. You wonder whether they are voting really on issues, or because they just want to have some fresh air also, because that is also important.
Ain't no harm in that. Ain't no harm in that at all, Tovo. Yes, I mean, look, there is a huge national conversation which needs to be had with regards to the voter apathy, and people not showing up for various reasons, especially when, as we've been emphasizing throughout the day, this is a service delivery election. You are unlikely to meet the president. It can happen, and I'm not trying to stop your manifestation, so to speak, but what I am putting out to is that you can knock on your mayor's door. And this is something that you also mentioned. You can talk to these councillors, and these are people making decisions which are directly affecting you. Just now we're going to get into two visual updates from Philippus Joseph, and I believe Iriana Marie van der Walt. I stand to be corrected. But a couple of final words before we hand over to Danny and Christy Kulder.
Yeah, I think it's just important to say again to those out there that polling stations are really free. It's almost a walk-in. Those who stayed home because they feared staying in long queues in the sun or in the rain, they can rest assured that it takes you on average 10 minutes upon arrival to be done with that process. So people must still go out and vote. The other issue, really, just briefly again, is that we have a guy like James Sankwasa now, who is really trying to reshape these local authorities. He's demanding more accountability. This past week, the number of stories that we published in Namibian Sun about councillors being asked to pay back money that they accrued from unapproved travels abroad and stuff like that. So there is an element of hope if things go in the same trajectory as it has been in the past few days or few months of Sankwasa at the helm of that ministry. But really those that get elected have an obligation. Voter apathy is due partly to people not delivering on their promises, and people saying, citizens saying, why must I really waste my time again this time around? They get voted, they go in those offices, they get access to land, they get themselves large plots of land as councillors, and then they forget about the rest of us. So I can understand also where the frustration is coming from.
And what Toivun Jevela is saying, that if Namibia puts you in power, do yourself a favor. Remember Namibians.
Constituency right here in Kavango East region. This is the 4th constituency that I've covered so far, all the way from Mukwe up until Ndiona, Dongalinena, and currently here in Mashare constituency. As from Mukwe, there was quite a high turn-up, especially in the morning. As we progressed down to some of the polling stations within Mukwe, there was sort of a few glitches with the machines, as what was stated by some of the presiding officers. And again, there was another issue in the Banana village at the same time, where disgruntled residents decided to stand not to vote, given the issue that they haven't received electricity for over the past 30 years, even though promises were made to bring such a development. Heading down to Ndiona, the number is relatively low, with some polling stations averaging between 5 to 10 people. The same number or the same issue does apply in Dongalinena constituency, with some of the polling stations as well averaging between 10 and 15 people throughout the day. But as of now, I am in Mashare. This is the first polling station that I am at, and they have recorded between 100 and 200 people so far. There is no exact number, as they are still getting those numbers together, but I have received a rough estimate, which is 100 to 200 words, and that is all to me before I proceed now to Rundu Rural as well as Rundu Urban. Those are the only 2 constituencies that I have remaining before we wait for all the results to be brought together and see what the end result is in Kavango East region. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm joining you from Arandis at the moment. I think so far we're about midday. There's been calm, there's been order. We haven't had any unruly voters yet. We haven't had any, big political upset. All observers are happy, voters are happy. They're not waiting that long. I think the longest wait that I've heard about is about an hour. Swakopmund, I've heard a lot. Many residents have been calling me saying that Matutura High School is mostly empty. Very nice to go vote at, very quick as well. The police station in Swakopmund in town, when I was there earlier this morning, was also quite empty. The training facility at the Swakopmund municipality is also quite calm. Voters are waiting about an hour. Nama Primary School has 2 stations, and they're also doing quite well. So I don't think there's really been any major upsets today. I think everyone is calm, everyone is fine. Here in Arandis, it seems that we started out the morning quite busy, and then later, it kind of fizzled out, and our presiding officers are hoping that as, the sun cools down and the day cools down, the voters will once again return to go vote. But I think, all is calm, all is under control. There's an overwhelming sense of calm and relaxation in these elections, which, if you remember last year's elections, maybe there wasn't, but this year, everybody's calm, everybody's feeling good, everybody's in a good mood.
Democracy thrives through participation, and we all want a thriving democracy, don't we? Let's all contribute to a thriving democracy by being active participants and voting in the upcoming regional council and local authority elections on 26 November 2025. Let's play our part. Get involved. Put your voice in the box.
Did you know that you can travel the world without ever leaving your couch? Hello, Jambo, Salam, Sawubona. I am Soraya Mentor, and this is Africa Beyond Borders. On this show, you get to travel around the world to different countries, cultures, and stories that inspire. We bring you real conversations with bold Africans who've traveled beyond their home countries. It is all about identity, culture, connection, and a twist of fun. So, if you want to travel the world just from your couch, join us every Monday at 8:30 p.m. on DSTV, Channel 285, GoTV, Channel 25, and you can stream on oneup2.com. Join along.
Die bekende politieke wetenskaplike Christy Kilder van Ceres Survey Warehouse is terug om saam met ons in Afrikaans verkiesings te gestel op stemdag. Jy het al sommer vroeg jou stem gaan uitbring, so jou werk is afgehandel wat dit betref.
Ja, ek dink as ek nou terugdink aan vanoggend se tog hiernatoe en ek kyk na vanmiddag se tog hiernatoe, dan lyk dit vir my dit nog stiller geraak. En ek dink menigte mense gaan bekommerd wees oor, en dit gaan dalk een van die goed wees wat ons die meeste gaan na kyk, wie het gestem en waar, en ek dink 'n mens moet versigtig wees dat jy nie jou plaaslike regeringsverkiesings amper irrelevant maak nie.
Dit is 'n baie gevaarlike situasie inderdaad. Kom ons gesels 'n bietjie oor bedorwe stemme in Namibia in ons vorige verkiesing in 2020. Wat is omtrent wêreldstandaarde? Ek meen, ek reken daar is waarskynlik 'n gemiddeld dat ouens sê 5% of hoeveel stemme kan bedorwe wees uiteindelik wanneer daar getel word. Ja. Hoe lyk die prentjie by ons?
Ek dink kom ons gee net 'n tree terug en verduidelik wat 'n bedorwe stembriefie is. Die normale reël is dat jy 'n kruisie trek agter die naam van jou kandidaat of party, afhangende nou van wat die verkiesing is, en dat daardie kruisie dan binne 'n bepaalde blokkie moet wees, nie oor die kante gaan nie halfpad in een blokkie en halfpad in 'n ander blokkie nie, sodat dit 'n baie duidelike aanduiding is van waar jou keuse lê. Nou, ek is seker baie kiesers sou verkies om 'n briefie of 'n paar notas te maak vir hulle party van keuse, om te sê ek stem vir jou omdat, of ek stem nie vir jou omdat, vir ander redes. Maar nou sit ons met 'n kruisie. Nou wat beteken 'n kruisie? En die party of die kandidaat wat wen kan sê dit gee my volle magting en ek het 'n mandaat, 100% mandaat om te doen wat ek dink reg is. En ander ouens sê nee, ek het dalk vir jou gestem omdat ek 'n groter vrees gehad het vir 'n ander kandidaat. Jy is nie my nommer 1 nie, jy is dalk my nommer 2 of my nommer 3. En ek dink wanneer dit by bedorwe brokkies kom, of bedorwe, seker maar politieke brokkies, bedorwe stembriewe kom, dan is daar ook 'n strategie om te sê, ons kan doelbewus 'n boodskap uitstuur deur 'n groot hoeveelheid van die stembriewe as bedorwe stembriewe in te handig. En dit sou amper 'n tipe van 'n protesstem wees. Nou, by ons in 2020 was die gemiddeld van hierdie bedorwe stembriewe minder as 1%. Ek dink Otawie was die een dorpie waar daar 'n groter persentasie was, maar nog steeds baie laag. In terme van wêreldwye standaarde, dink ek, dis moeilik om te sê presies waar dit is. Verskillende samelewings het verskillende stresstoetse. Wanneer begin ons bekommerd raak oor die hoeveelheid bedorwe stembriewe? Ek sou argumenteer plekke waar daar 5-10% is, behoort ons vrae te vra oor hoekom dit so is. Is dit 'n probleem van kiesers wat nie verstaan hoe die proses werk nie, wat 'n bedorwe stembrief is en hoe om dit te ontduik nie, of is dit 'n poging om hulle ontevredenheid met die proses of die partye of die verkiesings in die algemeen te wys. Nou, oor die algemeen word dit beskou as om te gaan stem as 'n redelike koste-intensiewe oefening. Jy moet opstaan, jy moet besluit, jy ry, jy gaan staan in 'n tou. Ons het laas jaar gesien, dit kan nogal 'n groot deel uit jou uitneem, en dan kom jy en jy trek jou kruisie en dan gaan jy. So, ek weet jy wat, ek gaan nie vandag eers opdaag nie. So, 'n mens sou kon kyk en sien of daar bepaalde munisipaliteite, of dan nou dorpsareas is, waar hierdie tipe manier van stemme hoog raak. Ons weet nou min of meer waar die 2020 standaard was, en dan kan 'n mens kyk, dieselfde met streeksrade, né? Tot watter mate daar veranderinge in hierdie patroon is. Maar met lae syfers soos die wat ons in 2020 gesien het, dink ek, nommer 1 kan 'n mens sê die stemproses is nie vir mense moeilik nie. En 2 is dat daardie manier van stem as 'n protesaksie nog nie onder Namibiërs gebruik word nie.
Ons het natuurlik van tevore die elektroniese stemmasjiene gehad, en as ek reg onthou was daar nie 'n rooi knoppie wat jy kon druk om jou brief of jou stem te bederf nie.
Ja.
Jy moes eenvoudig stem of nie stem nie, maar soos jy sê, daar is natuurlik 'n wegbly stem ook, maar dit is baie keer moeilik om te agterhaal. Ek wil jy ons moet bietjie oor die suide praat. Dit is, soos jy vroeër vandag in ons gesprek gesê het, die gebied waar die Landless People's Movement veral baie goed gevaar het. 'n klomp plaaslike owerheidssetels en streekraad setels het hulle daar verower. En toe het ons nou gehad dat hulle gediskwalifiseer is uit 9 plaaslike owerhede, omdat hulle partylyste, hulle kandidaatelyste nie betyds ingedien is op die nuwe elektroniese platform daarvoor. Net vir ouens dalk so bietjie die agtergrond, dit is nou Aranos, Berseba, Betani, Gibeon, Rehoboth, Kalkrand, Luderitz 6 en Stampriet. So hulle het basies 21 setels verloor voor ons weggespring het 7 uur vanoggend om stemme uit te bring in hierdie verkiesings. Ek het hier so Aranos oop as 'n voorbeeld hier op ons verkiesingsstoep. Ek sal kyk, dalk kan hulle hom op die skerm vir ons sit. Maar dit is byvoorbeeld nou een van hierdie tersprake plaaslike owerhede. En daar het die LPM 745 setels, verskoningsstemme gewen. So is 'n klein aantal stemme vir 3 setels. En nou is hulle daardie setels basies kwyt. Wat gaan gebeur? En nou dink ek kom dit in by jy weet, wegbly stem byvoorbeeld. Maar interessant, sover ek kan vasstel, is daar geen strategie gekommunikeer aan hulle ondersteuners om het sy of weg te bly of dalk stembus toe te gaan. Jy kan ons nou jou brief bederf, doelbewus, en dan gaan jy 'n groot toename sien in bedorwe stemme. Lyk my hulle gaan moontlik 'n hofsaak steeds maak. Hulle het nog net gesê hulle oorweeg 'n hofsaak. Maar is dit soort van, dink jy dit sou 'n opsie wees vir hulle? En hoekom hoor ons eintlik niks, geen strategie in die verband nie? Is interessant op sigself.
Dit is, ek dink, dis baie ongelukkig dat dit gebeur het. En hulle is nie die eerstes wat probleme gehad het met hierdie sisteem nie. Nou, ek weet nie noodwendig hoe die sisteem werk nie, want ek het nie toegang tot daai sisteem in terme van wat daar vereis word en wat se inligting ingegee moet word nie. Maar as jy onthou, daar was onafhanklike kandidaate in die presidensiële verkiesing wat daaroor gekla het. Eintlik behoort ons nie sulke probleme te hê nie, want dit skep 'n ander stel issues wat ons almal regtig waar sonder kan klaarkom. Ons hoef nie elke keer die integriteit van ons stelsel te bevraagteken as daar so iets gebeur nie. En dit beteken dat 'n fout wat in 2019 gemaak, in 2024 gemaak is nou weer herhaal, en dit het implikasies. Dit het implikasies wat belangrik is vir mense en vir partye. So, ek dink dis een van hierdie geleenthede waar ons moet stilstaan en vra of ons verkiesingsbestuursproses regtig waar doen wat dit moet doen. Ek is ook verbaas oor die gebrek aan 'n strategie. As 'n mens gaan kyk na 2019 byvoorbeeld, was daar omtrent met elke verkiesing 'n handvol hofsaake wat natuurlik 'n impak het op hoe mense verkiesings beleef, hoe hulle dit sien, die legitimiteit van die proses, en vir 'n party wat soort van baie goed gedoen het in terme van die hoeveelheid setels om op so 'n manier eenvoudig invloed prys te gee, dink ek is nogal groot. Dis 'n belangrike deel, en dit is nie hoe 'n mens verkiesings wil wen of verloor nie. 'n ander aspek, die meer strategiese gedeelte, ek dink daar's bitter min, en ek dink ek het voorheen vanoggend vir jou gesê, die gebrek aan strategiese denke in ons partye om met hierdie tipe van ding 'n boodskap te stuur, of om 'n strategie te doen waar mense kan waarneem wat die impak van so iets is. Wat gaan jy vir jou ondersteuners sê in hierdie dorpe? Gaan jy sê, gaan stem vir 'n ander oppositieparty? Ons het gesien in 2019, toe die IPC nie 'n party was nie, en Itula deelgeneem het as 'n onafhanklike kandidaat, het PDM meer as 200,000 stemme bygekry. En dit was daardie besluit om te sê, gaan stem vir 'n ander oppositieparty, die een wat heel waarskynlik die tweede grootste sal wees, en onmiddellik die verkiesing daarna het daai 200,000 mense weer die PDM verlaat en hulle gewig agter IPC ingegooi. So daai is 'n tipe van 'n strategie wat ek dink baie effektief kan wees as die LPM bekommerd is dat van sy kiesafdelings op so 'n manier deur sê maar wat ook al sy mees immediate opponent is, gewen gaan word, dan is daar 'n manier om strategiese stemry te gebruik om 'n ander uitslag te skep. Maar nou ja, ek dink nie dit gaan gebeur nie. Mense moet kyk wat gebeur. Vir demokrasie is dit nie goed nie, want jy verloor die mededingendheid van hierdie kiesafdelings. En nou is dit 'n volgende 5 jaar voordat jy daai fout kan regmaak. So ek dink dis 'n groter probleem in ons bestuur van ons verkiesings, en ons partye het regtig waar 'n baie beter nodig om 'n beter poging aan te wend om verkiesings op hierdie manier ernstiger op te neem as wat dit nou is. Ek het weer nou gesien, ek meen daar is net nie energie nie, en daar's ook definitief nie baie hulpbronne agter hierdie verkiesings ingegooi nie.
Dit wil lyk, daar is geen bewyse dat hierdie saak oor die uitsluiting by die plaaslike owerheid verkiesings in daardie 9 dorpe, dat 'n saak gemaak is by die verkiesingstribunaal nie. So, daar is nog nie so 'n saakie, maar dit lyk asof hulle die stelsel gaan aanvat en sê ons vat die stelsel aan namens alle Namibiërs, wat op sigself natuurlik iets is waaruit hulle kan wen uiteindelik met jou saakslag. En so sal ons sien, soos jy sê, ons gaan moontlike hofsaak weer sien na die verkiesings uitslae. Ek weet nie of hulle nou net gou maar wel vir ons vir Aranos kan op die skerm sit nie. Indien nie, gaan ons later 'n bietjie terugkom, maar onthou, daar is hy, ja, dankie aan ons span. So dit is die Aranos uitslae gewees in 2020 daar. So die sinnetjie daar is nou nie heeltemal korrek nie, maar SWAPO 465 stemme, 2 setels, en dan 745 stemme vir die LPM daar, wat aan hulle 3 setels besorg het. Die ander 2 setels daar aan die IPC en die PDM gegaan, en dit is nou een van die plekke waar die PDM basis die ECN uitgeskop is as gevolg van spertye, maar ons sal moet sien wat gebeur. As jy al daardie soort inligting wil sien, gaan na elections.my.na en jy kan ook die algemene verkiesings weer bietjie bekyk van laas jaar. Interessant op sigself natuurlik, Christie, wat laas jaar gebeur het, en een vraag is gaan ons weer dieselfde ding sien of nie. Jy het nou die belang genoem van partye se werk om ook met hulle kiesers te kommunikeer. Nou, weet, een ou sal nou sê, maar daar's nie mense by die ry nie, want die ECN het nie genoeg gedoen om mense te laat weet hulle moet gaan stem. Is dit die ECN se werk of is dit die politieke partye se werk?
So, een van die primêre funksies van 'n politieke party is die mobilisering van kiesers ten tye van verkiesings. Dis definitief nie die ECN se werk om dit te doen nie. Die ECN is 'n liggaam wat die verkiesings reël. Op 'n manier wat nie veronderstel is om 'n impak op die uitslag van die verkiesing te gee nie. Met ander woorde, dat dit in 'n manier is wat ons baie keer noem vry en regverdig. Maar in die gebrek, daar's ook nie vreeslik meer burgerlike samelewingsorganisasies wat mobilisasie doen nie. Ons het gepraat oor die gebrek aan burgerlike onderrig as 'n moontlike faktor wat vir mense nie die belangrikheid van hierdie tipe van verkiesings uitwys nie. Maar dit is primêr die funksie van politieke partye. So, ek dink wanneer mense nie gaan stem nie, moet ons vra oor die kwaliteit van verteenwoordiging. Met ander woorde, watter skuld het partye wat setels het op bestuursrade, wat verantwoordelik is as verteenwoordigers? Hoe goed is hulle om die behoeftes van hulle gemeenskappe dan nou te voorsien op hierdie manier? En is baie keer die gebrek daaraan, die gebrek van verantwoording doen nou. As 'n mens gaan kyk na die plaaslike regerings, meeste van hulle word verkies deur 'n lysstelsel. Nou, daar's baie probleme met 'n lysstelsel. Nommer 1 is dat die party is verantwoordelik vir die optrek van die lys, te besluit wie's waar en in watter posisie, want dit speel ook 'n rol in jou kans om verkies te word. En dan moet hulle hierdie lyste gaan verkoop aan die gemeenskappe. En ons het baie keer al gesien met subnasionale verkiesings dat plaaslike mense ken baie van hierdie kandidaate nie. Dis iemand wat van die sentrale kant af ingewurm word. Maar die belangrike ding is, jou setel behoort aan die party en nie aan die kandidaat nie. So, daar's geen manier wat jy presies weet onder 'n lysstelsel wie nou eintlik jou kandidaat is nie, want hulle is almal op 'n lys. En ek dink in plaaslike regerings veral is dit belangrik dat ons werk met die idee dat hulle wat ons verteenwoordig tussen ons woon en werk. Met ander woorde, dieselfde prinsip as wat daar met die streeksrade is, dat ons miskien moet begin kyk na 'n ander vorm van kiesstelsel, sodat ons groter verantwoordelikheid op plaaslike vlak het. Maar nou is dit mos nou 'n probleem met enige vorm van hierdie verandering, dat hulle wat baat by die stelsel is dieselfde wat die stelsel moet verander. So, ek dink 'n mens moet, en ek dink dis heeltemal regverdig, in hierdie opsig moet die partye verantwoording doen vir hulle gebrek aan mobilisering. Ons betaal hulle as kiesers, as burgers van die land. Hulle kry toelaas om hierdie tipe van funksies te voldoen. Hulle word belangrik beskou. So as hulle dit dan nie doen nie, dan dink ek het ons al die reg om te vra, maar wat maak hulle? Hoekom is hier sulke lae opkomste? En ek dink in sekere gevalle is daar voordeel vir partye in lae opkomste.
Dis belangrik, dink ek, dat ons hierdie vrae pertinent stel na verkiesing, sodat ons kan uitkom by hoe om stelsels te verbeter. Ek dink dis 'n oop vraag of ons dit doen of nie. Die verkiesingskommissie het, wat sekere veldtogte betref, was hulle ook laat gewees om die publiek in te lig en te mobiliseer. Maar ek wil net ook daarom 'n lansie breek vir hulle op ons groep. Een van die verslaggewers in die veld gesê, en hy doen al baie jare lank verkiesings, gesê, beamptes was nog nooit so behulpsaam en vriendelik in al die jare wat hy verkiesings doen nie. So daar's 'n pleintjie, daar is dinge wat ook goed gedoen word deur die ECN. Ek dink ons moet natuurlik mos dan nie maar die baba saam met die badwater uitgooi nie. Reelbot net vinnig ook, daarso is ook een van daai plaaslike owerhede waar die LPM nou nie kandidate gestel het nie. 2468 stemme wat hulle daar gehad het. 2 setels aan hulle besorg, soos julle sien naso Swapo. So Evans maar 2322 stemme gehad. Dit is ook die enigste plaaslike owerheid waarin die United People's Movement 'n setel kon wen. As mens kyk na hierdie syfers, nee, so dit jy weet, dikwels sit 'n ou in sekere dorpe, vangene of dit nou 5 raadslede of 7 is, het jy 'n paar honderd stemme nodig dalk, weet, om 'n setel te wen.
Ja.
Skep dit nie op sigself vra oor of ons demokrasie goed genoeg funksioneer. As ek 'n politikus is en ek verteenwoordig, weet, kyk, onthou, as net 30% van mense gaan stem het en ek kry ook net van daardie stemme 51%, dan is dit veel minder as 30% van die mense wat ek eintlik verteenwoordig.
Ja, 'n mens sou dink dat as dit by verteenwoordiging kom, as 'n mens kyk na hierdie verlies nou aan sê maar kiesers wat in 2020 gaan stem het en nou nie kan gaan stem, is die vraag, wat se impak het dit in die eerste plek op opkoms? Met ander woorde, wat maak hierdie mense nou? Val hulle weg? Val ons stempersentasie nog laer, wat nog 'n groter krisis veroorsaak? As hulle besluit, hulle party kan nou nie deelneem nie, hulle gaan vir iemand anders stem, dan ten minste behou 'n mens dan nou daai aktiewe deelname in jou stelsel. Maar ek dink, die issue met verteenwoordiging is dat ons moet ook die land se realiteit in ag neem. Party van hierdie plekkies is klein. Daar is nie baie mense nie. So om 'n paar honderd kiesers te hê is nie noodwendig 'n slegte ding nie. Dis al mense wat daar bly. En mense moet dankbaar wees dat daardie paar honderd mense kan kies oor wie hulle in hulle omgewing wil hê om dinge te doen namens hulle. Maar ek dink die versterking van ons kommunikasie, soos jy dit noem, maar ek dink doeteenvoudig, wanneer jy verkies word as 'n raadslid van 'n stad of 'n dorp, is jy nie meer 'n partyverteenwoordiger nie. Jy's 'n verteenwoordiger van die hele dorp. Die idee dat jy is nie 'n afgevaardigde van 'n party nie, maar jy's 'n verteenwoordiger vir almal in daardie dorp. Met ander woorde, maak nie saak wat jou party agtergrond is nie. Jy behoort besluite te neem wat die dorp as 'n geheel bevoordeel en almal in daai dorp. Jy kan nie net gaan en aan jou kiesafdeling dienste lewer of stem op 'n manier wat net sekere woonbuurte gaan bevoordeel nie. So almal staan outomaties as sodra hulle in daardie sitplekke sit, neem hulle verantwoording vir almal van ons. Hulle is almal van ons se verteenwoordigers. En as ons nie van hulle hou nie, behoort ons die meganisme te hê om hulle te verwyder. En dis 'n verkiesing. So maak nou nie saak hoe mense daarna kyk nie. Jy kan dalk 'n verteenwoordiger van 'n party in 'n dorp wees, maar jy het die verantwoordelikheid vir daai hele dorp. En ek dink dis waar die gebrek aan verantwoording so of problematies raak. Kan kiesers in sekere kiesafdelings gaan na 'n partylid, nou 'n raadslid van 'n ander party en dan dieselfde behandeling verwag.
Dis ons werk as burgers om almal op te dreun as hulle raadslede is. Ons kan dit nie verwag net van daai party se ondersteuners nie. Ons kyk gou volgende na 'n insetsel en dit is die kiesbeampte in Hardap, Omusati en Kavango Oos. Daardie persone wat nou die jongste met ons deel.
Hi, my name is Eldon Ibeb. I'm representing over at Dick Francis Primary School. Quick brief of the processes, starting from the morning. We open at 7. no problems when we opened the station. But throughout the day, it started a bit slow, and then through the day, it increased a bit. But now again, it has dropped pace. They're coming one by one. Currently, we didn't have any issues, but the only problem I had, or the only issue, is that people were not maybe aware by, maybe made aware by the political parties that this is the local and regional election, and they came from somewhere from Windhoek, and they thought they would be able to vote. Maybe thought that it's like presidential and national assembly, and we advised them maybe while it's early, maybe if they can drive back to their towns and go vote there if they can. And yeah, apart from that, the other problem is some of them didn't come from with their voters cards, and we told them to go get them. Others came with their IDs, and that's the only issue and hiccup that we had. But other than that, the voting process has been smooth, and we have so far no problems. But as you can see now, the turn-up is a bit low. Maybe in the afternoon it will pick it up again, but so far we are okay.
Good day. My name is Vernon Diergaard. I am the presiding here at the Village Council. So far the outcome of the voters, it's not that busy. Yeah, so we had plus minus 200 voters, and for the rest of the day, I think things have settled down a bit. So not that much voters will be showing up compared to the registration, the amount of people we registered so far. So yeah, so far the day is quiet. Yeah.
And young people, have they been coming to vote?
Yeah, young people have a lot, but at this station, mostly older people, like in their 30s and up. Yeah, so not that much youth have been coming here, but yeah, maybe at the other stations there's going to be a lot of young people, especially on the location side. But here, yeah, a few young people have showed up so far.
Thank you.
Colleague. My name is Joanna Pandoleni Pelenga, presiding officer of Okahao Hospital. Actually, our polling station, we open at 7 o'clock, and the process is quite smooth, and it's not really overcrowded like before. But in the morning, it was a bit. We receive a lot of people, but now, yeah. People are just coming one by one. Yes, that is all.
Do you have estimates?
The estimate is from 7 to now, it's almost 300 to 400 applicants who did cast their votes.
My name is Rachel Pomolo, the presiding officer for Team 8 in Mashare constituency. We are stationed at Mashare Combined School. So far, the day is good. We have registered over 100 and something, but not more than 200. At first, our machines, we encountered problems in the morning, but we were given a go ahead by the ITs, whereby we were told we should just proceed even if the pie chart was in red. In the morning, we encountered challenges whereby our system was not going through. But later on, we contacted the ITs and we were given a go ahead. We were told to proceed even though the pie chart is in red. Okay, the turn-up was very high, but then the people that showed up mostly are elders. The youth, only 10%. Okay. Should I? People are still showing up, but mostly it's elders still that are showing up. Hopefully by the evening, youth will also show up.
Ons het nou gekyk na van die kleiner dorpies waar 'n paar honderd stemme nodig is om 'n setel te wen. Kom ons kyk net gou weer na Windhoek, die hoofstad van Namibia. Nou daardie 150,000 geregistreerde kiesers was in 2020. Ons staan al nou by 283,000 geregistreerde kiesers in die kommas streek. Die stad het so 400,000 inwoners, skat hulle op die oomblik. In die vorige verkiesing in 2020 was dit omtrent 4,000 stemme per setel. Stadsraad Windhoek het 15 raadslede, is die grootste ook in die land. Daar's net 2 ander wat 10 het vir die ouens wat hulle algemene kennis bietjie wil toets, soos Swakopmund en Walvis Bay. So hier sien mens eintlik ook, jy weet, in 'n groot stad soos Windhoek daai lae opkoms en hoe dit eintlik 'n impak het op die verteenwoordigende aspek van demokrasie. Windhoek het natuurlik sy eie probleme. Onafhanklike kandidaate, Christie. Ons het byna 100 gehad in 2020, dit was die meeste nog gewees. Hulle het so bietjie afgeneem nou vanjaar. Hoekom is dit belangrik dat daar onafhanklike kandidaate in die politiek is en dat die stelsel ruimte toelaat vir hulle?
Okay, so ek dink voor ons daarby kom net vir duidelikheid. 'n Individuele onafhanklike kandidaat kan net staan in 'n streeksverkiesing as binne 'n kiesafdeling waar die kandidaatskap aan 'n individu is. Wanneer dit kom by die plaaslike regerings, die stedelike gebiede, dan vereis die wet dat onafhanklike kandidaate kan deelneem, maar slegs as 'n verteenwoordigende liggaam of hulle kan dan net by mekaar kom en hulle self aanbied op 'n lys. En daarom kry ons dat die een bevorder instellings en dan het ons nou onafhanklike instellings soos wat sê maar drukgroepe eerder as instellings, maar hulle verteenwoordig dan die belastingbetalers of 'n plaaslike drukgroep. Maar dan moet hulle ook 'n lys indien van kandidaate. So albei laat toe dat daar nie partypolitieke deelname is, maar op verskillende maniere. Aan die een kant dink ek dis 'n gesonde ding wanneer mense sê ons sake behoort ons bo partypolitiek te verhef. Ons plaaslike regering is belangrik genoeg dat ons partye nie partye hoef te kry nie, en dan baie van hierdie privaat organisasies of drukgroepe is dan mense met spesiale, ek wil amper sê technokratiese vaardighede, so mense wat bijvoorbeeld ingenieurs is of boekhouers is of net burgers is wat sê ons kan 'n beter job doen as die partye, ons hoef onsself nie te steur in 'n sentrale bestuur wat ons in rigtings dwing wat ons nie wil gaan nie en so voort. So ek dink aan daai kant is dit 'n manier om nie partypolitieke vaardighede in die stelsel in te kry, in die bestuur van die dorp te kry. En aan die ander kant dink ek is daar baie van hierdie kandidaate wat voel hulle kan 'n verskil maak, maar hulle gaan dit nie binne 'n party kan doen nie. Of hulle is nie populêr genoeg binne 'n party nie, of hulle voel hulle word onnodiglik rondgeskuif binne 'n party setup wat nie hulle toelaat om te doen wat hulle wil doen nie. Of is net mense in organisasies wat moeg is vir partypolitiek wat sê daar kan 'n verandering kom, maar ons moet dan daardie verandering wees. So ek dink dis 'n goeie ding dat daar hierdie bewegings is. Hulle was nie vreeslik suksesvol tot nou toe nie, maar dit is natuurlik iets wat met die toekoms ook kan verander. Ek dink daar's alreeds ten minste 2, as ek nou so vinnig dink, belastingbetalersverenigings wat verteenwoordiging op stadsrade gekry het, Swakopmund een en ek dink Rehoboth is 'n ander een. Ek dink dis 'n positiewe ding. Ek dink daar's selfs al 'n onafhanklike kandidaat wat iewers op 'n streeksraad 'n plek gekry het. So ja, vir my is dit 'n positiewe ding. Ek kan nie sien wat die negatiewe goed agter is nie.
Daar's 'n hele paar van hulle plaaslike owerhede. Dis eintlik nogal 'n groot deel van die swaai gewees weg van SWAPO is na hierdie soort belastingbetalersvereniging van hulle name wissel 'n bietjie. Maar het 11 setels, as ek reg gaan kyk het, geweet. Dis interessant, die dorpe, jy weet, is Karebe, Omaruru, Swakopmund, Walvis Bay, Ritma, Rehoboth en Rundu het 2 verenigings, 2 verskillendes wat setels gewen het, wat die inwoners verteenwoordig en dan het ons ook op Grootfontein en Okania. So, dis ook, mense sal moet kyk, gaan hierdie beweging nog verder groei, want Swakopmund 2 setels en op Rehoboth ook 2 setels. Ek dink dis hoekom hulle uitstaan.
Ja.
As verenigings wat goed gedoen het in terme van ondersteuning.
Ja, en soos ek sê, ek dink is 'n goeie ding. Ek dink 'n mens moet soort van bepaal wat die lewensvatbaarheid van hierdie organisasies is, hoe lank kan hulle aangaan, watse hulpbronne het hulle toegang toe om hulle toe te laat om te funksioneer as verteenwoordigers. Daai dinge is belangrik, maar dit wys tog vir jou dat dit makliker is op plaaslike vlak om 'n impak te hê met hierdie groepe as wat dit byvoorbeeld op 'n nasionale vlak sou wees, waar die area waar jy moet verteenwoordig, waar die kostes van deelname as 'n verteenwoordigende organisasie net soveel meer is. Dit is baie makliker vir dorpies om hierdie organisasies te kry, en dan mense wat, soos ek sê, gewoonlik hulle self roem dat hulle tegniese vaardighede na die raad toe bring. Daai soort van mense in te kry, en ek dink dis 'n baie positiewe ding.
Dit is nou 25 minute voor 4. Ons het gehoor hier oor die middaguur spesifiek, baie warm in die suide. Ek het gepraat met Outos Daniels daar en die kiesers wat lyk my heeltemal opgedroog het. Ek dink nou daaraan, want in die res van die wêreld, wat sien ons? Is dit iets wat in ag geneem kan word, byvoorbeeld? Ons het nou 'n een dag, ons het op stadiums al meer as 1 stemdag gehad, ons het nou 1 dag waarop die hele verkiesing moet plaasvind. Moet ons dalk meer tyd gee in die aand om te stem, omdat dit eenvoudig in ons weer makliker is vir mense dalk om dit te doen, weet, vir al ouer mense dink ek, jy weet, waar die mobiliteit reeds ook beperk.
Wel, of ons kan net in 'n ander seisoen stem. Ons hoef nie in November maand te stem nie. En dis een van daai goed wat ek dink net een van hierdie ondeurdagte tradisies geraak het. Ons het dit altyd gedoen, nou doen ons dit om mekaar. Maar dis hoekom ek sê, ek dink daar's regtig waar 'n proses nodig waardeur ons hierdie goed alles moet deurdink en sê, wat is die gemakliker opsies vir ons kiesers? En onthou nou, as ons gaan kyk na byvoorbeeld ons data uit die Afrobarometer uit, die gebrek aan vertroue in die verkiesingskommissie was nog nooit so laag soos wat dit in 2024 was met die laaste opname nie. En ek sien niks wat vir my sê dat die organisasie is besig om hierdie persepsieprobleem om te draai nie. Trouwens, ons maak dieselfde foute oor en dis asof ons nie besef wat die skade is wat ons aan ons instellings doen nie. Nou, ek wil amper sê, dit syfer deur ook na howe toe, want elke keer as die howe uitspraak gee, is daar mense wat ongelukkig is oor die uitspraak, want hulle party het dan nou nie geslaag in whatever die saak was nie. So, dis regtig waar 'n reputasieprobleem wat ons nie kan bekostig nie. En ek dink dis 'n deel van hierdie, ek wil nie sê apatie nie, maar die ontgoochelde voters wat sê, niks verander nie, ons kan nie regverdige verkiesings reël nie. En daai soort van dinge is besig om al meer op en op te gaan. Ons moet 'n aktiewe poging aanwend om dit om te draai.
Ek dink November kom natuurlik nou daarvan, dit was die verkiesing in 1989 om 'n grondwetskrywende vergadering te verkies. Dit was nou maar die resolusie 435 plan wat dit geverg het, maar ons wetgewers het natuurlik die magte om te bepaal wanneer kies ons, dit kan deur middel van wetgewing verander word. Ons het al gehad ook dat 'n verkiesing, of daar was 'n langer tydperk van 'n termyn gewees om verkiesings in lyn te bring met mekaar, al die soort van goeders. Ons het vir hierdie jaar net een in die streekraad verkiesings, een onbetwiste kiesafdeling ook in Monkompi. Sien ons in die laaste 1 of 2 dekades dat die mededinging verbeter. Ek dink in 1990 of daarna was dit dikwels, jy weet, ons het 'n paar sterk partye gehad met enkele kandidate in dele van die land. Nou sien ons langer lyste.
Ja, en ek dink dis veral dink ek vanaf omtrent 2015 rond waar ons begin sien het dat die hoeveelheid onbetwiste kiesafdelings begin afneem het. Met ander woorde, oppositiepartye het al meer en meer kandidate gestel, spesifiek in die sentraal-noordelike gebiede wat beskou was as die SWAPO sterk areas. Hulle het voorheen nie hulle hulpbronne eers daartoe geskuif nie, gevoel dis 'n vermorsing van geld of tyd of kandidate. En nou sien ons dat daardie is nou 'n rariteit. En ek dink weer eens, dit wys dat op 'n sekere vlak die verdieping van demokrasie is besig om plaas te vind. En dat dit nie noodwendig in 'n eweredige proses plaasvind nie, maar dat selfs die dele wat voorheen uitgesluit was uit hierdie kompeterende dinamika uit, word nou ingetrek daarin. Ons het dit veral laas jaar gesien in die verkiesing, dat stemme het begin skuif van een party na 'n ander in areas waar dit voorheen glad nie sou gebeur het nie. So ek dink dit beteken dan dat partye baie harder moet werk om vir potensiële kandidate te bewys dat hulle 'n redelike goeie kans het om verkies te word. Want wie wil nou gaan staan vir 'n kandidaat in 'n party wat jy weet jy geen kans het om moontlik by daai setel uit te kom nie. Soos dit besig is om te groei, die multiparty kiesafdelings wat sprei en nou ook hierdie aanduidings dat onafhanklike kandidate of organisasies kom in en dan ook die onbetwiste kiesafdelings wat verdwyn. Dit is, sê vir my, die land op daai vlak, op plaaslike vlak, is baie meer kompeterend as wat dit voorheen was.
Up next, we're going to look at Petrus Simon. He is the councillor for Onesi constituency. This is what he had to say to our journalist in the north.
Gono tapupimano Festo Simon Petrus, councillor wichikanjura Onesi, ngono elina tango candidate ya SWAPO party, mumahogoro ngono tulimugo nesikulianina, masikomiro ngobali nagahama no ganovomba nuvo. Aye, ndiri candidate ya SWAPO party ndirombolike ahogorori, ocho aneso chona Namibia tusheni, kutiae Festo Simon Petrus angae ndahogorora nale, ndahogorora ngura pe ulindia de heali, ndahogororera kosenda Yokerondo West. Pethimbo ne lyokuhogorora aye, o process ayene nengonkaro omahogororo ndiwete wenda na walerarera, nandimonapo ng'ambara omayimbo genji chinenene, nonando ambaro teknoloji haikala yidhengere ototinga chakwatangene nute dhirimusu onrongo konima yoheali opo tutameke okuya komesho nomahogororo. Nkalo gomahogororo gwenda nawa ndete kutya nandiropotera mwana tango mochikanjuro nesesha mune senta dhirimo dhinji nandiropotera mo chinene ne munupya kazi ashike nandithanike binahogorora kutya natuye ntukahogororeni ehogororo lili ochihole kwacho ntu ashike olili lyasimana ko Namibia kehengono agwanitha embura ndolongo na etatu sigo pombanda enoka kalata ko mahogororo otoithanwa una ochino gwantu tukuhogorora chatura nokuli megotamango lyo chirongo natien tukahogororeni okwategerwa kutya kehengo kaoli mochikanjuro mengambado chirongo Namibia wategerwa uyo kahogorore onleri woje.
Die sentrale verre noorde saam met Zambezi, Kavango, dit was bastions vir SWAPO tradisioneel. Dat selfs die oppositie kon geen setels daar verower nie. Een ding wat ons gaan van vanaand af dophou is die IPC se vertoning teenoor SWAPO. Baie van daai plaaslike owerhede byvoorbeeld is dit 5 setels vir die een gewees en 2 vir die ander, 4 vir die een, 3 vir die ander. En dit sal met ander woorde vir ons wys, Christie, kon die regerende party daarin slaag om te kom met 'n doeltreffende terugvegpoging, of is wat jy nou genoem het hierdie verspreiding van politieke mag onder ander partye besig om voort te hou?
Ja, ek dink 'n mens moet miskien 'n onderskeid tref tussen die situasie wat ons gehad het waar een party aanvaar was as die enigste verteenwoordiger in 'n bepaalde streek en waar daar nou minder saamstemming is oor wie die verteenwoordiger moet wees, wat ek dink natuurlik hierdie verdiepingsproses behels. Ek dink nie ons gaan weer na 'n situasie toe gaan waar hulle hierdie goed kan omdraai en mense nou ewe skielik weer begin om te sê maar daar's net 'n enkele verteenwoordiger wat ons voel ons kan verteenwoordig nie. Ek dink ons is onomkeerbaar op pad na hierdie multiparty stelsel toe op in hierdie areas en dat 'n mens dalk gaan kom waar 'n party voorheen 4 setels gewen het, die volgende keer dalk 3 het of net 2 het of dalk weer teruggaan, maar ek dink nie ons gaan teruggaan na hierdie onbetwiste geval wat ons gehad het nie. En ek dink dis alles goed vir demokrasie, dit werk natuurlik ook dit vereis toleransie en al hierdie ander dinge wat tot ons samelewing se voordeel is. En dan dink ek ook in sekere dele van die land is die politiek van identiteit besig om toe te neem en in ander dele van die land is die politiek van identiteit besig om af te neem in belangrikheid. En dit sal natuurlik bepaal grootliks hoe stemtoevoegingswerk, partykeuses en so aan. So ja, dis 'n baie interessante fenomeen om dop te hou.
Wat is 'n paar sake waarna jy spesifiek gaan kyk wanneer die uitslae kom?
Ek dink die eerste belangrike ene is ons gaan kyk na die opkoms. Dis vir ons belangrik. 'n tweede geval gaan kyk ons na die verteenwoordigers of die verspreiding van verteenwoordigers onafhanklik teenoor partypolitiek en dan ook die toediening van of die toekenning van setels. Wie gaan watter dorpsrade bestuur en tot watter mate sekere dorpsrade makliker gaan wees en ander moeiliker, in watter mate ons nog werk met hierdie politieke fragmentasie wat ons sien. En dan natuurlik ook, ek dink die impak van iets soos die onttrekking van die LPM gaan 'n belangrike rol wees. Ons gaan kyk hoe gaan dinge daar uitkom. En dan soort van gaan ons kyk of daar dalk 'n protesstem is. En indien so, wat het geword met daai protesstem in hierdie kiesafdelings? Is dit mense wat vir oppositie gaan stem het hulle gaan stem en hulle krisis op die verkeerde manier getrek? Al daai soort van dinge, maar ek dink primêr wil 'n mens gaan kyk na opkoms en die verdeling van stemme sowel as setels om te gaan kyk, is daar 'n verskywing in die landskap van plaaslike rade in Namibia.
Christie is by Ceres Survey Warehouse ook betrokke by die jaarlikse Afrobarometer. En daardie opname wat jaarliks gedoen word is in baie Afrika lande natuurlik. Hoe belangrik is dit as 'n maatstaf vir hoe gesond 'n demokrasie is en of die pyne en die skete meer raak as
Wel, ek dink ja, ons is nou klaar gemaak met rond 10, so 38 lande. En as 'n mens gaan kyk na wie die data gebruik en hoe dit gebruik word, dink ek is daar 'n baie groot besef dat die data van Afrobarometer is amper uniek op die kontinent. Daar's baie min indien enige ander opnames van sy soort. So in daai opsig is dit geweldig belangrik en ons sien ook dat sekere leiers in sekere lande baie meer daarvan gebruik maak en baie meer hulle bestuur begin baseer op data en feite eerder as om soort van net blindelings die politiek te volg. In ander lande is dit minder die geval. Ons het nou 'n probleem gehad dat ons in sekere van ons lande waar ons voorheen gewerk het nou nie meer kan werk nie as gevolg van militêre regerings. In sekere gevalle is daar te veel van 'n burgerlike onrus om veldwerkers uit te stuur, mense vra wat hulle dink. Maar dis deel van die kontinent. So ons kry dan so af en toe 'n nuwe land by. Wat beteken ons bly so in die middel 30s in terme van dit. Maar dit is in volgende jaar nou doen ons rond 11. Ons wag nou nog vir die finale goedkeuring, maar dit sal heel waarskynlik aan die begin van die jaar gebeur. En dit is 'n ideale geleentheid ook vir ons om 'n paar vrae in te sit, byvoorbeeld oor hierdie aspekte waarna ons nou kyk. Jy weet, hoe voel mense oor die bestuur van ons verkiesings? Dink mense die uitslag is regverdig? Dink mense die partye doen hulle werk? Daai soort van dinge. So dis 'n baie belangrike diens wat ons lewer en dis ook die enigste van sy soort.
Ek dink ja, ons het reeds daaroor gepraat ook vandag. Jy weet, daar is uitdagings in terme van die vaardighede onder politieke leierskap, hulle kennis. Sal dit nie ontsettend baie help as ons baie gereelde meningspeilings het en baie ander soorte data wat vir leiers beskikbaar is juis om te besluit. Hoekom moet ek 'n besluit eerder sis of so neem uit al die faktore in ag?
Ek dink so. Ek dink geen politikus kan vandag sonder die deel van data bestuur nie. Dit is net data het alles in ons lewens oorgeneem. Ek dink daar's ook 'n ongelukkige probleem van as die data nie sê wat ons dink dit moet sê nie, dan vertrou ons dit nie. En daar's baie keer net 'n eenvoudige manier om te probeer sê maar ek het dit nie nodig nie, ek kan dit ignoreer. En ons het laaste verkiesing het ons 'n media projek gedoen waar ons gaan kyk het na die kommunikasie tussen politieke partye en hulle kiesers deur middel van media gebruik. En een van die punte wat daar uitgekom het is dat die partye is amper onbeholpe as dit kom by kommunikasie, massakommunikasie, die bestuur van media, die bestuur van inhoud. Baie van dit is nog baie oudmodies. Ons wil nie die moderne platforms behoorlik gebruik nie. Ons glo nog deur tot deur is die ding. Ons glo nog in groot massa opkomste en so aan. En wat ook baie duidelik uitkom is dat jonger mense vind daardie vorme van politieke kommunikasie nie eintlik meer aantreklik nie.
Kissie, baie dankie vir jou insigte en die bydraes wat julle lewer deur opnames te doen ook. Ek is seker ons gaan nog beslis weer by jou kers opsteek wanneer die uitslae eers uit is. Dankie vir al jou insigte wat jy gedeel het vandag.
Dit is 'n groot plesier. Dankie dat ek hier kan wees.
Is lekker dat jy saam kyk met ons. Ons gaan nou vir jou 'n klompie insetsels speel van inwoners van Namibië, wyd en suid oor die land en wat hulle te sê het oor vandag se stemmery. Dit is tyd vir ons om te groet net hierna om 4:00 'n nuwe span wat oorvat.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. My name is Neromba. I voted for Tondro constituency. I encourage people to go vote because you have constitutional rights for you to go vote so that you can have your voice to be heard. That whatever you want to tell leaders what you want them to do for you, you must go vote for them. So we need you people that you must go vote for your leaders, and we need this leader to go do something for us. And then we just can't keep on talking without not voting for them, but we need to vote for them, and then they have to do for what we have voted for them. Thank you very much for listening.
Evirangame ishitire lukano sahango elalakano inandika ko mahoro shonyi nandi monesim mulango maimbano opa umwene dino inima kunyinga mana penya ko gucha ikyo ndiwete gucha ngeno kwalingana ndokulipunango nandokuli gucha omahoro yakala konga yatula kwesiku ndino anu ya yeli free mo maumbo pamengeno shakalonga nanya nerimo makono yamwe no hondezeba ya taitengeno fimbo lya shinja ngeno ashilo
Yes, good afternoon, voters. Good afternoon, Okahawa residents. My name is Temus Alwendo. I'm Okahawa chairperson. I represent the Affirmative Repositioning Party. Today I woke up around 7 o'clock and then I casted my vote at around 7:30 at Chanikana Shilongo Secondary School. So by the look of things, it seems like people, they pull up in numbers, especially during the morning time. But as we are speaking, all the polling stations, it seems to be a little bit quiet. So it's about 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. So we are still expecting a lot of people to come vote. And I'm urging all the voters out there, for those who didn't vote yet, you must please pull up in numbers and cast your vote. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ofen Shapunale. Okay, again, the reason why not going to go vote me, I've been here for 30 years. No ganja. I schooled up here. There's no change. I tried my best. I went to VTC, applied my service, but the ganja is the same.
Do you have a voter's card?
Yes, I have.
Middag, ek is Lenet Maar van Tjumet. Ek is by die parkie om te stem. Dit was goed geweest, dit was vinnig. Mense hulpsaam en ja, ek is baie bly ek het gestem. Anders kan ek nie ook klagte lê nie. Baie dankie.
My name is Barman. Today I come here to secondary school to come to give my vote. It's nice if I come here was quick and fair. The election was nicely prepared. Everything was proper. Now, if there's somebody at home there in Sume, please find yourself, go to vote. The vote is if your choice. If you're not voting, everything is not okay. Now I prepare young people. Please come, go voting now. It's no queue. Everything is sharp. You vote and go home.
Why did you decide to vote today?
Today I decided today because I want changing the Tsumep. That's why that's why I come today to voting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ngui dagira. Sesando naksin no femirnesi dagira ngui. Ida kara siba ho. Tongiru ngara ke kara siba kabaha. Kaisen saragin kaba tongiru na. So ada kaisa mind ka ngire. Ada ain't neng ai bobat school. Ain't ba dire nesi. Ting ui ba da dire. Ida ai tungka si sadang asnang haraka.
Ik is Ambrosius Frederik van de locatie. Dat was bij lekker om te komen stemmen. Dat heb ik bij lang tijd gevat. Zodra ik toen erin gekomen ben, maar dit net hier, is ook hier niet, net zoals al de tijd toen ze klaar met al die dingen. Ik is bij je welkom, want als hier zo'n keerpans op. Bij je welkom.
From the heart of the continent to its farthest horizons, Africa awakens with stories that shape our world. This is Africa Good Morning, your window into the pulse of a dynamic continent. I'm Ashwin Berry, here to deliver the latest news, sharp insights, and the vibrant spirit of Africa. Every weekday, we dive into the headlines, uncover untold stories, and spotlight the people driving change. Plus, stay ahead with daily weather forecasts and economic updates to navigate your week with confidence. With direct coverage from our correspondents on the ground, we bring you in-depth access to Africa's beating heart. Mondays, Mike Situla reports from Zambia.
Africa, good morning.
Tuesdays, Talent Gore covers Zimbabwe.
Africa.
Wednesdays, Rorisang Mohojwe brings Botswana's news. Dumela Rorisang.
Thank you very much, Ashwin, for having me right here on Africa Good Morning. It is always a pleasure to be here with you all.
Thursdays, Ari Hogarth tackles South Africa.
Yes, very good morning, Ashwin and Anna. Yes, a good atmosphere.
And Fridays, we focus on Namibia's bold narratives. From thriving cities to rugged plains, our team is there, capturing the rhythm of a continent on the rise. Africa Good Morning is your essential start. News, weather, economics, and more. Welcome back to Election Watch 2025. Hashtag Namibia decides 2025 as Namibians choose their local and regional councillors. Throughout the day, we have been talking about the youth, and I thought it would be good for us to talk to the youth, particularly Anna Marie, who's actually been moving around at the polling station. How are you, Anna Marie?
I'm good, Ashwin. How are you?
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us. So you started your day early with all other journalists. What was your general overview of what you witnessed today?
I think it was a good day. I think it was smooth sailing at most of the polling stations that we went to. The voter turnout has been a bit disappointing, but most of the presiding officers that we spoke to did also mention that earlier it was better, and then throughout the day with the sun and the heat it got a bit less. So we are hoping to kind of find more people as the day goes along and it cools down a bit. But it's been a good day.
The first person you found today was the first citizen, and that was lovely. We're going to flight the image right now that Anna Marie took. It was a lovely image. It really personalized President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa. This is her checking out her cell phone. Maybe a meme, maybe a tweet, who knows. But joyously in the queue. Lovely shot there, Anna Marie. Appreciate that. But as you can see, the elders were clearly excited to be in the queues and exercising their democratic right. Do you think you can say the same for the youth?
Unfortunately not. I do think that I spoke to David from the ECN yesterday. He's the spokesperson there, and he said that they really tried with the youth and really tried. But I do think, and this is something that I can say about myself included, is that our youth kind of tends to take advantage of a vacation day. And I think that's something that we unfortunately saw today. We did find some youth, but not as much as I would have liked to see. I know even some of my friends that didn't go out and vote, and I do think that we were trying so hard because it's important that you as the youth make your voice heard. We are the generation of tomorrow. And unfortunately the turnout for the youth just has been a bit disappointing.
And it's a sharp contrast to how the youth turn up on social media when issues are being discussed. We've all had purple profile pictures, rightfully so. But now this is an election where these are the people making the decisions closest to us, the people who are, fixing our roads, what happens with electricity, what happens with water. Do you feel like youth political participation has become performative? It's about whether or not you tweet. It's about whether you tweet your values or X your values. I don't know how that works. More than it is putting an X on the ballot box.
Very much so. I think all of us want to be an influencer, so we all get very outspoken when the issues are brought forth. Especially, and this is something you mentioned, the purple profile pictures. This is something we saw then, was all of these youth and all of these young girls begging for change, asking for change, but when the time for change comes, they aren't on the front lines to put that X in the ballot box, to vote for the people that can make the change. So I think it has become very performative, especially in the way of it kind of gets you followers. Being a part of the movement gets you followers, but actually taking that action doesn't matter because you've put up your social media post and you've put up your go vote, go make your voice heard, Namibia decides hashtag, but then where are you when those decisions need to be made? So I do, in that way, think that it's become very performative and that social media has kind of been the catalyst in that, turning it very performative because we value the views and the likes more than we value the actual change.
So it's more about this validation that you get for aligning yourself with the movement. But do you have hope? Do you feel that this is something we can turn around as a nation, that we can get more youth to the polls?
I do. I think we have strong enough people within the youth community that will be able to kind of drive that change. I mean, looking at an influencer, and this is someone that I also know personally, Juju K, who's been on the front lines telling the youth to go vote, and also himself went to vote today. Unfortunately, we missed capturing that on video, but he himself went to vote. And I think more and more of those strong personalities in action and in posting have kind of come up, and I think if we can continue on that and we can kind of all get on that wave, that's what's going to drive the change, and that's what gives me hope.
All right, you're giving me hope, Anna Marie. Thank you very much for joining us
Thank you
on
for having
Election
me.
Watch, and we're certainly going to be getting more updates from Anna Marie as the day progresses, and of course heading in tomorrow once the results are coming out. But that's one of the opinions from the youth in Namibia. The gentleman who is about to join me said goodbye to his youth a while ago, rightfully so. He is an experienced journalist amongst many other things. His name is Matthias Haufiku. He'll be in studio shortly.
Early in the morning when we opened, the queue was too long. It's like when we opened, it was already having more than 200 people to 300. But now afternoon, they are just coming one by one, as you can see. Early in the morning, they show up. We really appreciate it.
We are at Master PIA, Honolulu Secondary School. The voting process has been starting very well at 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock. We have quite a number of people who turned up, but now currently there is a slow turn up. So far everything went smoothly.
Do you think more will come in the evening?
Yeah, after 5. We expect after 5 an influx of people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you had many young voters?
Yeah, there are a couple of them, but not that much.
Okay.
As we expected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I am Madeleine Kavisis, the presiding officer at Tabita Center B, and I'll say the only problem I have is the technical problems, and I'm actually dealing with elderly voters, so it cannot pick up the fingerprints. So that is the only problem I have. It's the biometrics on the tab. So other than that, everything is moving. So yeah. I'll say about 250 from each, 250 from the local authority, and I'll say 230 from the regional. So yeah, so far so good.
Welcome to What's Cooking, where great food meets great people and every dish tells a story. Each week, we step into the kitchen of industry professionals, discovering their hidden culinary skills while getting to know the person behind the profession. From the office to the stove, we uncover flavors, laughter, and stories you don't want to miss. So stick around to find out what's cooking this week on DSTV channel 285, GoTV channel 25, as well as on oneup2.com every Sunday at 7:30 p.m.
As promised, I am now joined in studio by veteran journalist and political analyst, Mr. Matthias Haufiku. Matthias, how are you, sir?
I'm well, Ashwin. How are you doing?
I am fantastic,
Great,
and
great.
I'm not surprised to see that ink on your thumb at all.
Yeah, well, that's why we have a holiday today.
Yes,
a holiday to vote, not a holiday to rest.
You know, I was just talking to Anna Marie in studio. She was saying that the youth had a slightly different understanding of the public holiday. They stuck to the word holiday and forgot that there was. Of course, you know, a significant amount of youth did vote, especially in remote areas. You noticed, Tovo and I were talking about how a lot of these issues are much closer to them. In urban areas, there tend to be several buffers before, you know, people can get to the people who deal with their issues personally. But before we get into our conversation, talking about, you know, the overview, just your opinion of the election so far, building up to today, and today there has been some significant changes, brewing. Weather conditions are changing what you are seeing there is a storm that is on its way, that is in Khobabis with the wind and dust, harshening conditions for voters, especially in the informal settlement. As you can see, some pretty hectic conditions there. You know, there's a song that says, while others say they don't have water, others ask for more water. While others say there's no sun, others ask for more sun. So some people are finding it difficult to vote because of the heat, others because of the rain. But ultimately, quite a few people did manage to show up to the polls. But we have identified, I'm sure as you would have, that there has been a trend where there's a large disparity between the numbers of registered voters and people who actually show up. And I'd like us to get into that for a bit. What's been your overview with the preparations heading into this election and where we are today?
Yeah, I think we've seen generally over the years the numbers have been on their way down. As much as the registered voters have gone up over the years, the people who actually turn up to vote, that number has gone down over the years, which is not a good thing, despite all the resources being pumped in to ensure that the process runs smoothly from the pre-election stage until the post-election stage. So there's something that we are seemingly not getting right in the system. We are quick to sing the apathy song, but then again, if we really self-introspect, what are the issues that are keeping the voters away from the polls? Is it really a system issue? Is it the issue of parties not doing enough to lure voters to the polls? Because ECN can only do so much.
Absolutely.
ECN can only do so much. I don't go vote because of ECN. There must be something that draws me, and it's the names on the ballots and what they stand for and what they represent and how they will meet my interests and my needs. And that goes for any other Namibian. So I think the parties really have to take stock. As much as there were issues last year, especially on voting day and during the National Assembly and presidential elections, the issue of ballot papers not being enough and so on. We've not heard many of those today.
Yes.
It seems the process has been very smooth. ECN also had a briefing earlier today, a media briefing, and they said it's been quite good across the country. As far as the local authority elections is concerned, I think that's about 59 local authorities and the 121 constituencies, the regional council elections. So the process so far has been good, even on social media where you would normally find the noise, the majority of the noise. It's been quite calm. I don't know if it's a matter of people not being interested engaging or interested in the process today, or simply because the process is just running smoothly. Maybe ECN has learned from their mistakes of last time. So it's really one of those things where you need a holistic overview as to where the real problem is. We keep on seeking the apathy song, but what are we doing to address it? It doesn't merely just come by having more ads in the papers and so on. How do we really engage on the ground level? So those are things that we should look at. But I think generally the day has gone well, smoothly so far also. At the point where I voted at Ella Du Plessis in the Commerce-Dal constituency also, it's been rather smooth. You could see, I hope that the afternoon is quiet because everyone voted in the morning.
Yes, not because people are out of town.
Yeah, or I hope the afternoon is quiet at the polls because people are planning to come last minute.
Yes.
So you know that voters think alike.
Absolutely.
It's either you come early or you come later on.
Yes.
So let's hope the numbers are encouraging once they are declared.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was also kind of, looking at some of those trends. When you mentioned Ella Du Plessis, I used to live just outside Ella Du Plessis, interesting times in my life. But it also allowed me to do a lot of observation because, almost no election passes without Ella Du Plessis being involved. And you're seeing these trends, when it gets hot, people aren't really going to stand out, but it's always a positive if they still show up at the end. There's something you highlighted, which I'm a little ashamed that we haven't given ourselves credit for, and I think we need to because it doesn't always go well. Congratulations on a peaceful election, Namibia. That is not a guarantee on this continent. It really isn't. You can look wherever you want to look. Tanzania, we won't even dig into that. Guinea-Bissau, right now there's been a presidential election and there are reports that gunshots have been fired outside that electoral commission as it's waiting to release results. So we certainly do not take the peace for granted, and we're absolutely grateful that that's where we are. But now let's talk about the work. Is it the people campaigning? Is it the political parties which are not doing enough to inform the citizens of what they have to offer?
Yeah. Well, I'll start by laying the blame on the political parties, because just like any other business, you need to sell a product that appeals to your constituency. So for people to come out and stand in the queue for you, people, like I said earlier on, people are not coming to stand in the queue because of ECN. Yeah, it's because of what the parties have to offer, and that's why they normally rigorously campaign before the elections. But then you could be rigorously campaigning and having campaigns where soccer fields are full of people. But then again, the message that you are getting out there, when you give me the T-shirt and the brechen, and when I go home, what do I go with? Just the T-shirt
and the brechen.
And the brechen, it's finished. So from there on, what is the message that I'm taking along as to how are these people going to meet my aspirations should I cast my vote in favor of political party A or B? So those are really the issues on the ground that we need to look at. I must say, over the years, we've seen how the sort of campaign trajectory has changed. Our politics used to be very sort of personal-based, personal attacks and the insults, but that narrative is slowly changing, where it's more issue-based. And that's why you could also see these days in the political space, after elections, political parties are sort of at ease also to work with each other, because the campaigns were really on issues.
Yes.
And that helps to sort of avoid the animosity. And because if we campaign having knives out for each other, there's no way we can reconcile after the elections.
Yes.
So that's why you see over the years the fights have spilled over to even the local authorities, especially in the councils.
Yeah, Windhoek in particular as well.
So no work can be done. What does it tell you? So, and do you now expect someone who voted last year, having sort of seen these fights, do you still expect them to go stand in the queue after 5 years?
Probably not, because to them it seems like as much as it's my vote, it's your personal agenda that you are dealing with.
And that's why some people have this sentiment to say, whether I vote or not, what's going to change? So those sentiments come from the work that's being done. And it's important that parties and candidates need to realize that once the elections are done, we sort of need to come and sit around the table. Everyone who was now elected, sit around the table and say, how do we move this vehicle forward? It's not, you can't campaign for the 5 years in perpetuity. Some way it needs to end, and once the next election cycle comes, you can differ again. But the work needs to be done. We've seen the councils, the situation, especially at the local authority level, it's been pathetic the past 5 years. It's fights, it's recalls, and you just don't know when is the work being done. So do you see where the apathy is coming from?
Understandably, especially because not a single salary is missed. But there was an interesting thought where I had a conversation with an industry leader, particularly with regards to business and technology. And he outlined that perhaps, for example, the regional councillors don't get paid enough. What are your thoughts?
Well, you also have to consider the input for them to do their work and the output, considering the resources that they have to do their work. Is it commensurate? Because money will never be enough. Yeah? But if you look at the regional level, the first point of call for the rural community is always the councillor's office.
Yes.
That's where the announcements come from. If there's drought relief, that's where it's distributed from. If there's grants or... So everything sort of runs through that office. So it's an important office compared to the local authority. Because you must remember that as for local authorities, Windhoek for instance, a councillor in Kommersdal, or the regional councillor, say even for perhaps, what would they, let's say Windhoek West or Windhoek East. So you already have the municipality doing the work. What would the councillor be doing? So the dynamics are different for councillors in the urban areas and for councillors in the rural areas. So there needs to be a sort of a different work approach on how things should be tackled. But I see there's this cross-blanket approach to how we perceive governance at the regional level and how we perceive governance at the local authority level. I would say that local authorities, especially the villages, where as a regional councillor, I don't have the sort of privilege of having a municipality doing the work. A regional councillor for Windhoek East has the luxury of the city of Windhoek taking care of their people in their constituency.
Definitely.
But if I'm a regional councillor at Mankupi, at the Mankupi constituency, there's no municipality. Everyone is looking at my office. But I still have, I'm getting the same resources as Eshwan, who's the councillor in Windhoek. Where city of Windhoek ensures that his people, their rubbish bins are collected, sewage and everything is in order. So you see the discrepancies between the work.
The workload.
So we can't sort of measure them at the same level.
Understandable.
So it's always been tricky. Yes, it's a money issue, because you also need to consider the distances that these councillors travel in the rural areas. Sometimes they are the ones who have to go to a household and take even a pensioner to the clinic with their own car.
Wow.
So in Windhoek, how is the situation? So we need to look at the dynamics around it. Perhaps the Urban and Rural Development Ministry could look at that, but there's no way that you can sort of have them on the same scale. It just doesn't work.
So then, I mean, then that begs the question, not begs the question, I'm just going to ask plainly, are the councillors in the rural areas, in those settlements, working harder than the councillors in the urban areas?
Definitely.
Or they've got a larger workload? Is that the direct statement?
They've got a larger workload, but they're all eating sort of, they have an equal plate to eat from.
And thus there's no equity?
There's no equity. And so that's why you see that it's easier for, especially councillors in the local, in sort of the urban areas, it's easy for them to get by, especially during campaigns, because it looks like they are working. It looks like they are working because they sort of have a backbone as far as municipalities are concerned.
Yes.
But if I'm in the constituency deep in the rural areas, what sort of support do I have?
You've heard of the term, and of course you have, politics of poverty politics, whereby some areas seem intentionally underserviced so that you can give people crumbs just before an election to make sure that they vote you in, and then it continues the same cycle. Because as much as we can certainly admit that the workload could be could be bigger for folks in the rural areas and in settlements, that doesn't necessarily mean they'll do it.
Well, it would always differ from person to person, because interests are different anyways. Interests of parties are different. Parties have their different ideologies, and then I think that's where the electorates have the sort of the privilege of
sifting.
Yeah, sifting and going through their manifestos to see who could give me what. And after the next cycle, then you could now sort of have a tick box exercise. That this was promised, was it delivered, why was it not delivered, all of those issues. And you have to tackle it through that way. But I don't really see it being done. As to, do we genuinely sit and say, okay, 5 years, this is what's promised, what happened? Why did it not happen? Or is it only a thing of what happened, it didn't happen, and that's where it ends? Because there must be a reason. If there was resources allocated, why were they not utilized for that specific purpose? So those are things we should look at. And it still brings us back to apathy again. That is one of the reasons why we see the numbers at the polls dropping over the years.
Yeah.
You can't keep on promising and not delivering and expect positive outcomes.
There's an update right now, which is still up on Namibian Sun's X page. It's still on the Namibia Elections 2025 on Facebook, where there's a constituency where they arrived strictly for a protest vote. They did not go in to vote. I'm sure maybe someone might have trickled in later, but their statement was made. Their statement was, we have come here strictly to let you know we are not voting because nothing gets done. We would certainly not apathy. Without a doubt. That's a protest. And it's a tricky situation, without a doubt, because, I mean, obviously for them, if 10%, go in there, the rules are the rules, someone will be elected. But for some areas, it's gotten that bad, Matthias, that they are willing to go and brave the sun, to walk through all sorts of obstacles, simply to go and say, we're not happy with this.
Yeah. We must remember that elections are sort of the cornerstone of any democracy. And Namibians have, over the years, respected the democracy that we have. So when you push people to the edge, that's what you'll expect. So how do we address that going forward? Because when ECN puts the numbers up on the board, when they declare those results, they will not say, no, the results was perhaps low because there was a protest and so on.
No.
Yeah? It will just be the apathy song again. But then what is the root cause? That is what we must tackle. So, and sometimes I wonder, because ECN is, since last year, introduced this sort of process where they have meetings with the political parties and they engage in these things. Perhaps those are some of the things to look at. That as political parties, ECN is fine. They are the poster child of the election.
Yes.
But then again, they can only do so much.
Definitely.
They can only do. They have their flaws. That much we know. But then again, there needs to be other areas that also needs to be factored in as we look for a solution to this. So it's really a tricky one, but it's unfortunate that we have people who were pushed to that level.
Yes.
I hope it's not a sinister move. I hope it's genuine.
Genuine,
If
yes.
it's genuine, it still
breaks your heart.
It breaks my heart, but it's also their right to
Yes.
sort of champion their democracy in a way that they see fit for them.
I was speaking earlier to your longtime colleague, Toivo Njebela, and one of the things he outlines as a potential solution is that upon election, he wants everyone to declare with clear, defined timelines. Timelines. Don't just tell us you're going to do something. Tell us you're going to do it in this amount of time, in this amount of time, and this amount of time, and then we hold you accountable at the end of that. Do you think such a system could be implemented? I mean, of course, via law, that's going to be a whole different situation, but is that a practice that could potentially be normalized as a solution?
Yeah, well, it's all about how are you going to roll it out. Like you said, there's the law issue around it also. You're sort of also pinning the political role players in a corner in that regard. Because if I'm an independent candidate councillor, there's no way that I can say I'll build a school a year into my office, because I don't know how resources sort of gets channeled.
Yes.
Yeah, we also have a political system whereby resources are channeled from central government. So you've heard the opposition parties complaining over the years that they feel that the councils that they are in charge of are being staffed of funds from central government. Who manages central government? You see? Yeah. So there's a lot of factors that we need to sort of consider if you want to take that approach. But I think our political system needs a sort of reinvention. Because it's tricky. We've seen over the last 5 years, especially as far as Windhoek is concerned, we've seen you have the sort of management who manages the daily affairs of the municipality, and then you have the councillors who oversee this. So you sort of have two heads on the same body but with different thinkings. So how do you execute your plan? Management has a strategic plan. Councillors come with their manifesto. So how do you align the two?
Yes.
Based on the resources that you have.
And the temptation to sabotage is there because power is addictive. Power is power. You know what I mean? And the temptation to sabotage, which has been alleged by a lot of opposition parties, always stays prevalent, particularly when we're talking about these independent candidates. They can easily be, just taken down to the wayside, except perhaps the most recent gathering of parliament. But then I would like your opinion, though, about 50 independent candidates. That's a new wave. That's what does that signify?
Well, if I'm in charge of a political party, I'll have to think, what are we not doing right?
People want to represent themselves.
Yeah, people want to represent. What are we not doing right? So is it our inner party mechanisms of appointing or electing our officials during the intra-party elections? Or what is actually going on? Because this new wave can't just be sudden. It must have been a build-up of frustrations where someone gets to the level of saying, let me just go stand on my own. And what's also sort of eye-catching is that many of them command quite a considerable number of support within their communities.
Yes.
That's why you have situations where you could see that they can say, if it's possible, I'll vote for this candidate, but still vote for my party.
Absolutely.
You see, so it's a tricky situation, but political parties have a lot of introspection to do because the social dynamics of democracy in elections is changing. But I think the parties are still sort of rudimentary and stuck in the past. Your traditional ways of campaigning and engaging your electorate and supporters. So that needs to change. As much as the governance system is also evolving, we'll see many of them falling by the wayside, and that's why that's where you see these accusations of sabotage and so on. Some of them just can't keep up with the new ways of doing things. Look at the sort of the youth sector of the country. There's about 650,000 youth voters out of 1.5 million that are registered. So it's a huge chunk.
Yes.
But if you look at the sort of way that our political parties campaign, it doesn't appeal to young people.
No.
It doesn't appeal to them. So the voter apathy amongst the youth, you will still expect it. Because what product is Party A selling to the youth for the youth to come out and say, let me follow Party A? So we need to look at those things. And I think the parties, they're sort of running out of time when it comes to those things. So it's important that they sort of have processes in place, not just having youth as faces, say we have the youngest candidate on the list.
Yes.
That's not enough.
No, because it's cosmetic.
Yes.
To say
I
the least.
was telling one of the political leaders, do you think that you having a lot of young candidates on your party list, do you think it was a disadvantage to you? Because number one is, many of them, do they command the following? Did you consider, if I put Eshwen on this list, is it because Eshwen commands a huge following, or is it just to go and boast in a speech to say we have the youngest candidate on our list? So that also cost parties, especially the previous elections also. It really cost some of the parties, and because I didn't see it as a sort of a genuine push for them to advance the agenda of the youth. It was more sort of a poster child
Cosmetic,
situation.
really. Yeah, that's really what it looks like.
Yeah, and it really came to bite some of them. Because also, what type of youth are you presenting?
You can't just be youth for the sake of youth.
For the sake of youth.
Yes.
So those are really the things that our parties need to look at going forward.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, elections 5 years from now will look very different from what it is today.
I want to get your idea of what these elections will look like after we hear from Salman Yaga of Gocha's village, who's sharing his voting experience and why today is important for every Namibian citizen, as well as Rehoboth resident Louis Degat, who just cast his vote, saying that although he is happy with some of the developments in the town, there is still room for improvement.
I am Salmon Jager from Gocha's village. Today was a very special day for us as Namibia. It has going very well. Everyone was excited to vote. Even the elders and the youth. And for me, myself, I was very excited because it is for me a privilege to vote. And for those who don't want to vote, your vote is very important because you must raise your voice if you are a voter. That's why I invite everyone, the Namibians, to be a voter of this country. Thank you very much.
Mijn naam is Louis Diergaard. Wat ik zie, die pad in blok F, die wordt geteerd. Het is baie goed, hij is met baie mooi. En padtekens, die padstrepen worden opgezet. En ja, dat is wat ik kan denken, ja. Zoals ik zie, ons zeker nog met een robot krijgen. Vooral daar wie die van die mol af daar opgaan. Bij crossing daar zo. Daar is baie voertuigen wat daar langs gaan. Ja. Eindelijk baie goed. Eindelijk baie goed. Dan hierdie pad van die hospitaal af naar blok 1 toe. As daar miskien meer hierdie hoe sy versperrings kom. Ons van daar 'n paar plekke waar die manne baie vinnig ry.
Something that is interesting in contrast to youth participation is how the elderly have been very proactive. But what's ironic, Matthias, is that they've been proactive since they were youth. It became a part of their DNA. Of course, the conditions being very demanding. Your vote counted for more than one, especially if it was your first election in a free Namibia, or at least leading to one. So one has to wonder why it's so different for the youth, especially when it comes to the standards, because we have to be honest, a lot of the people who have led this country from independence started when they were what qualifies to be youth.
Yes.
And now the youth are, sometimes barely compared to, barely expected to be much more than cosmetic trinkets to throw around your political abyss, so to speak. What has happened? Why are the youth, the standards for youth in politics, they seem to have gotten much lower, Matthias?
Well, I wouldn't
Of course,
Say
this
they got
is
much lower.
Yeah, this is
For-
not
yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's not an indictment
Yes.
on elected officials, on ministers, or anything like that. I'm
Yeah.
talking about in general the youth in Namibia. What's expected from them politically?
Yeah, Ashwin, you have to realize that over the years, the political system has evolved. The electoral system has evolved. I think the current system sort of still favors the elderly generation, the current way of managing elections. But going forward, how do we change that, considering the fact that your youth constituency is so large? So you can't just ignore that.
No.
Is it a thing of having to find new ways on perhaps how to cast your ballots?
Yes.
But then again, you face a situation whereby, if let's say we hypothetically go the technological route where you can cast your ballot online and so on, what do you do with your large sort of rural population that doesn't have access to whether it's internet or call it network or whatever you want to call it? What do you do with them? So there's that catch-22 situation.
Yes.
But we certainly need an electoral system that goes to the voters.
Yes.
It's not the years of the ballots and those, I think it is really fading out.
All right.
It's a pity that we sort of cast the entire electronic voting machine regime to the side instead of working on perfecting the faults that it had. That was a good move by global standards, and I think we were also sort of part of the leading pack in that. So it was a bit worrying for me when we threw that out of the way. Technology comes with these issues. It's about how you manage it. Now we've sort of gone back to the archaic ways of elections by casting the ballot. So things have changed. The dynamics are different. So how do we go around? Because you'll also see these elections, you have to vote in your constituency. Yeah. So if Ashwin is from Khomasdal and he studies in the UK now, what do you do with him?
Nothing. He can't do anything for sure.
So
unless he's in Khomasdal.
Our system needs to evolve, but we need to find a way that sort of fits our current realities.
Yes.
And the ballot for me does not anymore. I don't think it does anymore.
And look, one can argue that the population is relatively small enough for implementations like this to go relatively smoothly. What are your thoughts?
Most definitely, even if we sort of have a hybrid system. So you can choose whether you want to do it online or still ballots, but you have to sort of indicate well in advance so the ECN can also plan to say, okay, 500,000 people indicated that they would want to vote online, 500,000 want a ballot. Where are these people? Where are they situated? So just to sort of integrate and make the system easier to manage and also to ensure that, because as much as today is a public holiday, yesterday the government circular came out at 10 to say that the officials can leave early. If I'm from Oranjemund and I work in Katima, what do you do with me?
Yeah.
You release me at 10. Couldn't that circular come out a week earlier so I can plan properly? So those are the small things that are sort of eating our system from the inside. And we need to tackle those things because some of the people don't vote because they generally are just stuck. There's nothing they can do.
Wow.
So what do you do with a student who's studying in South Africa? Yeah. Must that student really come home just to come and vote and go back? It worked in the past, but now we need to do things differently. If we want our people to come out and vote, let's make it easier for our people to vote.
Definitely. And we've got a lot of, Namibian immigrants who are out there who's, a lot of them are building houses in the constituencies which they wish to vote, wherever they're working for outside in the country, they're making sure that they're building in those spaces, and the decisions that will be made by those councillors will affect their futures even if they're presently not there. We had the interesting situation of the police officer earlier who had been turned away, I believe from Opuo, because he is registered in Mariento. Of course, the room for excuses as a police officer are very thin from a regular civilian with regards to how informed you should be. And generally as a police officer, when it comes to rules, there's little debate to, how you should follow them. But looking into the future as you are now, you're saying that there's there's potentially a way of us decentralizing how we cast our ballot?
Most definitely. The system for me is too rigid considering the current dynamics. I mean, it was easier in the past because you've had a lot of Namibians in the country, mostly in the constitutions where they say. But now with urbanization and Namibians moving outside to go work as experts and so on, how do you accommodate those? You don't want to punish people based on their current conditions. That police officer, how much would it cost him to travel to Marintal and back just to go and vote? So how do we make it easier for our people to vote?
Yeah.
Because in the end, it benefits the system.
Yes.
And because you want leaders voted by the majority, not by the minority.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, and we're not in a position to lose voters because that's what happens between registration and the day of voting already. We are already losing voters. That's a good way to put it, right? Because once we say voters are registered, it's fair for us to expect them to be voters, but we're losing them. So as you're saying, it really, comes upon us for us to really find a way to make sure that not just every vote counts, but every vote is available to be counted.
Most definitely. You see, and that's where ECN's homework lies after these elections. That what do we do with the next elections? What do we do with those elections? How do we make sure that my vote can be casted without having to break a sweat? Yeah, but of course there needs to be a balance on how to do it. As voters, we also have a responsibility also to give up certain levels of our time to go and cast our vote. But I just think the current system, considering the current realities on the ground and sort of the way of living of people in the country and outside, there's a mismatch that needs to be addressed.
And another thing, I mean, in earlier elections, voting was directly correlated to your level of patriotism. You vote, it means that's how much you care about Namibia. But not voting at this point, as you've highlighted, does not necessarily mean you don't care about Namibia, but it may mean that you feel like Namibia doesn't care about you.
Yep. So it's really one of those, it's about taking services to the people. There's a reason why government is pushing to take clinics out there in the country. You want to have services close to the people. ECN is providing a service to ensure that the democracy is at the lap of Namibians. So during their engagements, even their public engagements, these are some of the things that they should iron out and discuss. And to say, how do we make it easier for you? Yeah, how do we make it easier for you? Because you have a situation where people have to travel long distances just to go and queue up to vote. Those sort of things, how do we address those things? Because you don't want democracy to be a burden on people.
That is a very good step.
Yes.
You don't want democracy to be a burden on
yes,
people.
you as much as I need to sacrifice to give up a certain level of my individual freedoms and liberty as well to ensure that democracy thrives, it really has to be at a place where people can say, look, today's a holiday, instead of being at home and braying, let me go stand in the queue.
Yeah. And if you go early enough, you can do both.
You can do both. You see? So it's not a thing of I have to travel from the UK to come and vote in Namibia and come back again. From an economic point of view, is that really practical?
No.
And can we blame those people for not doing that?
Absolutely not. And then we get into a situation where then increasingly, because whether people vote or not, someone's going to get elected, and increasingly for some people, the country starts to look less and less and less like what they want, which leads to places where we definitely don't want to go, especially when you look at how things happen regionally, without a doubt. So, I mean, look, the youth, without a doubt, we can agree there needs to be a meeting point where you want your democracy to meet you whilst you are walking towards it, so to speak. But can we separate the youth from the urban youth to the rural youth? Because as we observed with Tovo, it seems like for the rural youth, this is not a conversation that even needs to be had. They gotta go and vote.
Well, yes, it's because of their current realities and the social dynamics in which they find themselves. The urban youth, we can't deny that they sort of have an advantage over their counterparts in the rural areas. And that's why it's also important, perhaps we spoke about earlier on before we came into the show with colleagues outside, to say that our current system doesn't have this minimalist sort of level to say, if you have 1.5 million voters, you need to have a minimum of 750,000 voting before that election can be considered, can be declared. Because currently, even if 3 people vote out of 1.5 million,
100%.
Does that represent the interest of the nation?
No.
Or the majority?
Not at all. We just move on.
And these are some of the things that I believe should be part of the evolution of our electoral system.
Let's talk a bit more about that. So we're talking about a benchmark. In a presidential election, this would, in countries where a runoff, right, where you need to have an outright majority.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair democratic principle to put on the table, Matthias, to say that if a certain number of Namibians have not voted, then we don't continue. Now, personally, I have to admit, we were throwing around predictions for how many people would vote. And my number was far higher than I was expecting. I knew on the faces of my counterparts that I had just traveled into fantasy land with regards to what I expected. So Namibians are acutely aware of the fact that not enough of us are going to vote. What would the implementation of such a benchmark look like?
Well, you see, democracy is all about majority. That we can't deny. So, how do you run a democracy on a minority vote? Even if you say, like, our presidential election is 50 plus 1, but 50 plus 1 of what? 50 plus 1 of the 1.5 million that are registered, or 50 plus 1 of the ones that voted? What if the ones that voted are only 10 out of 1.5 million? So, is there still 50 plus? Is there still a majority?
No, that's no longer a majority.
So that's what I'm saying, that we are sort of, when it's convenient, we are shifting the goalpost of democracy.
Because one point we say the democracy is about what the majority says is what goes on. Then another end is we don't actually care if there's a majority.
Definitely.
We were talking about that protest vote. If 2 people go and vote, somebody's getting elected.
Yes, and then that's why you see that, and with democracy you'll see that there's a reason why we have a number of registered voters declared. That should be your benchmark.
Yeah.
To say, okay, if we are saying 50 plus 1, there's to be 750,000 plus 1.
Plus 1.
Not 300,000 voters, so 150,000 plus 1. That's not your majority.
Yeah.
Because you need to look at the eligible population that can vote.
I have to then ask another question. Is 1 vote in there enough? I understand it's certainly probably enough numbers-wise to get everybody, to vote on one day. But could such an operation work over 2 days? Because especially if we're trying to make sure that a majority of people come through, and we understand our landscape enough to know that some people only get going once others get going, once they see the thumbs on social media. Do you think 1 day is enough?
1 day only worked for us because not everyone who's eligible went to actually vote. That's why it looked like it worked.
That's why it looks like
it
worked.
But if everyone comes out, I don't even think ECN has that capacity for 1 day. If everyone comes out.
And also it lends to why we don't have ballot paper issues. I mean, that's a natural byproduct of a low turnout. We've got more paper than we would need, without a doubt. So we're talking about, an evolving political system that evolves along with the times and where we are going. And if we have this benchmark, then the excuses start to wither away. Look, right now we've been saying 121 constituencies because that's what's normal for us to say. But we really talk about 120 because there's an uncontested constituency and it automatically has a winner. Surely that can't happen. Again, nothing wrong with not speaking against the laws, but I am just speaking on a practical sense. Surely one would want to get to a logical conclusion where it's like, no, call it out, make the people come back again, let everybody there vote again. Why is there such a thing as uncontested in the election of service delivery?
Yeah, well, it also speaks to uncontested. What is the reason for that? That's also important because there's a current situation whereby, and I think it happened recently, where a certain candidate from a certain party just dropped out of the race. And the rules and regulations of the elections are of such nature that there's a period by which you cannot change a candidate anymore.
Yeah.
So what do I do in that regard? If my opposition connives with my candidate who's Eshwin to say, just pretend that you are part of them, and then you leave the process a few days before voting day, because then it means they can't have a new candidate again. So those are some of the practicalities on the ground that we should also look at.
Yeah.
And politicians will take advantage of these things.
Definitely.
Because they want power by all means.
Any means necessary. Any means. Do you feel that looking at the field of candidates, there's a lot. It's impossible to have them all memorized. Is your general feeling that these are people who are concerned with service delivery? They want to make sure that their constituencies are doing better with regards to service delivery, water, roads, you name it? Or do we have more individualistic agendas at play?
I believe there are those who genuinely have a passion for serving the people. But then again, they work within a framework, a political framework of their political organization. Okay, independent candidates aside.
Of course.
So it makes it difficult when you work in a situation like that. And we've seen over the years that you can't just push your own program based on what you see on the ground. Because the party has a certain direction that it wants to go. But what if the realities of my constituency is sort of not accommodated by this direction that the party is going?
And if you try to raise that, it's a strong chance that you're accused of seditious activities.
Most definitely. And that's why you have people going independent these days. Some of them who have gone independent were councillors for political organizations in the past, but now they probably saw that I can't actually help my people under this roof.
Yes, because you might be accused of treason, sabotaging the party.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know, that becomes a tough thing where people are forced to adhere more to a system and ideology than the practicality of the needs of their constituents.
Most definitely, because the challenge we have, and I spoke to several candidates, the challenge that many of them have is that these decisions are sort of taken at national level, and they're expected to implement it on the ground.
On the ground.
And the manifesto, most of the times when they are crafted, is without the input from the ground. And that is why they find it challenging. And that's why some of them struggle, and voters feel there's no need to vote Eshwin anymore because it didn't deliver. But Eshwin's hands were tied.
The hands were tied.
Yeah. Eshwin said, I want boreholes in my constituency, but then at the party level in the manifesto, they feel boreholes are not a priority right now.
And you know, your constituency has got its own specific needs, and you've got your own things that you have asked of them. Yeah. Matthias, shortly we're going to have a V-Mix call with a lady that you're familiar with, Elizabeth Klebers. You used to work with her. She is at the ECN headquarters. We're going to take a quick break before we come back and talk to Elizabeth.
Democracy thrives through participation, and we all want a thriving democracy, don't we? Let's all contribute to a thriving democracy by being active participants and voting in the upcoming regional council and local authority elections on 26 November 2025. Let's play our part. Get involved. Put your voice in the box.
Mornings just got better, Namibia. From the latest headlines to the hottest trends, we're bringing you the conversations that matter.
That's right. Bright minds, bold opinions, and a touch of morning magic. This is your daily dose of energy.
So grab a cup and join in on the conversation every weekday morning at 8 o'clock with Smell the Coffee, hosted by Diana Master and Aina Riza Quayo.
We're now going to be crossing over to Elizabeth Klebers as she gives us an update from the Electoral Commission headquarters. Good afternoon, Elizabeth.
Hi, Ashwin. How are you?
I am fantastic. It's been a busy day for you. I can only imagine. You've been all over the polling stations and, of course, now at the ECN headquarters. What's the latest update?
Yeah, so as you can see, my cheeks are very red. I spent most of the day at the polling station, so we covered a lot of ground. I had an awesome team, and we just went all around to different polling stations, and the turnout was actually surprisingly low. So we didn't really see a lot of voters come out. There were bits and pieces here. So at Okapale, they were telling us that they got at least 400 people to vote. So yeah, so right now I'm at ECN and we don't see any officials here, but I did see on the group that at 10 o'clock they will have another update for us. So I'm just going to wait around here just to see. Yeah.
But no, we truly appreciate that. We understand that no results will be announced today, Elizabeth.
Yes, that's what they are saying. They are saying that it might only start trickling in from tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Elizabeth, and we appreciate your duty as you serve the nation.
Thank you.
All right, so that's Elizabeth at the Electoral Commission headquarters with a much brighter smile than the proceedings, without a doubt. We're going to get another notification from the ECN at around 10 p.m. This is actually the media advisory update. It's going to be an update on polling progress, closing and vote counting procedures for the regional council and local authority elections today at 10 p.m. That's going to be at their headquarters. Any parting words, Matthias?
Well, I'm very anxious to see how the numbers would look like once they're declared. I'm actually worried. I don't know if we're going to pass the 50% mark, but one thing I can guarantee you that unlike last year's elections, there won't be anyone in the queues at 9, so the polling stations will close at 9 today.
They will close at 9. Nothing like some...
With verifying the results.
So, is it your first time doing elections?
Yes, it's my first time.
And how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's actually like a single job to me.
Okay, and
so I feel everything will go well.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shirley Shaimi, the presiding officer for the municipality of Sokopung Training Hall. Yes.
How have things been going here?
Well, everything has been going great. We started at 7. The voting process is smoothly and everything is in order.
Okay. Have you had any challenges at all today?
We only had a minor hiccups with our tablets we were given to, but unfortunately, when it came to the biometric scanner, which is the fingerprint scanner, it was unable to scan. So we informed our ITs that are on standby, and they informed us that we can use the Namibian PDF app. So we have 3 apps which we verify the voters, which is the IMVRS, the Namibian PDF, and then Adobe. So they gave us the go-ahead to actually use the Namibian PDF. After a while, we resetted the tablets again, and for now they are working smoothly, and the biometric scanner is now working. And then they also informed us that they will be bringing extra tablets just in case. Yes.
Why is it so important that people go vote? What do you tell the young people, especially who are still at home contemplating whether they should vote or not? And what are some of the changes that you are expecting from the incoming council at the city of Venlo and the councillor within which constituency you will decide?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, I'm coming from the days where I could not vote. So I think I'm very thankful for Namibia's independence. I'm thankful that we were giving freedom, and I'm really taking this job very serious to make sure that I come and vote every 5 years. I think this one is very important because in Namibia we have regional structures and we have to make sure that the power is distributed and to have leaders that are closer to us so that we can discuss what we need to do and what needs to change. So I think it's important to select the right people that campaigned and tell us what their vision is and what they want to do for the city, what they want to do for the region. And that's why it's important for me to come out and make sure that I vote as a citizen of this country. It's important that each and everyone that have the opportunity to vote needs to take this very serious because many of our people have died to give us this privilege to vote one day. So I hope that they will come out and vote.
Jan, ons is hier so by die Karabib Junior of nee by die primary school, né?
Ja, kan die Karabib Junior.
Ja, en jy het nou net gewout.
Yes.
Hoe sou jy die proses beskryf?
Man, dit is ek is 'n pensionaris, so ek skip dan my lyne en so aan, maar behalwe dit nie alles loop vlot.
Ja.
Ek is gelukkig daar is nie baie lyne nie.
Okay.
En ek was by 'n paar ander plekke waar die lyne 'n bietjie langer was.
Yes.
Maar oor die algemeen alles loop goed, daar is nie probleme nie.
Is u 'n inwoner by Karabib? In Karabib?
Ek is hier van 1984.
En het jy al ooit van 84, so is die hele independence al hierso,
Yes.
het jy al ooit 'n vout gemis?
Toch ja, om eerlik te wees. Ja,
Maar hoekom is hierdie regional and local authority elections belangrik?
Man, dit is belangrik want jy kan die persoon kies wat volgens jou siening die beste persoon is en so aan.
Ja.
En so as jy ook nog nie gaan stem nie, dan het jy die opportunity gemis om die persoon wat jy nou dink die beste gaan wees.
Alright.
Om die local authorities en die regionals te lei en so aan. Ja.
Het jy enige boodskap vir dies wat nog nie gekom vout het nie?
Ja, sekerlik, hulle moet gebruik maak, want op die einde van die dag, as daar 'n regering gekies is, dan was jy nie deel daarvan nie. En dan kan jy nie agterna terugkom en sê, luister, ja, maar julle doen nie julle werk nie.
Ja.
Jy die geleentheid gehad, jy dit nie gebruik nie, so, ja, kom julle vote, dit is baie belangrik, ja, ja.
Jan, dankie en geniet die res van jou dag.
Okay, nee goed, dankie. En ja.
3, 2, 1.
Hi, welcome to We Talk, your weekly hub for inspiring stories and community highlights. In Talk of the Town, we bring you the latest news from Windhoek and the surrounding towns. Need weekend plans? The We Chill segment has the coolest and best events lined up for you. For all the foodies, We Dine explores the hottest dining spots, and for We Do Business, we celebrate the inspiring entrepreneurs. Finally, We Care celebrates the heroes making a difference in their communities. So don't forget to catch We Talk every Thursday at 1:30 p.m. on DSTV channel 285 and GoTV channel 25.
Are you curious as to what is driving the cars world? Well, we are bringing you into the world of cars. Tech, trends, road trips, and the stories behind the wheels. It's fun, it's fast, and it's full of surprises. This is your ultimate cars companion. You can catch My.NA Cars every Thursday at 9 p.m. with me, your favorite passenger princess, Diana Master, because it's not just about the ride, it's about the journey.
Do you like traveling?
Do you like to experience new places?
Well, then you should tune into On the Rock, where we explore enjoy establishments all over Namibia and South Africa. Great food, great fun, and so much more. So be sure to mark your calendar as we explore the beautiful landscapes of Namibia at the various enjoy establishments.
And where we also get to go on game drives, different activities, and meet the awesome staff of the different establishments.
We will see you there. Watch On the Rocks every Monday at 9 p.m. on DSTV channel 285 and GoTV channel 25.
This November, Namibia decides. On 25 November, NTV brings you a special pre-election show setting the stage for one of the country's most important democratic moments. Then, on Election Day, stay with us for full-day coverage of the Regional Council and Local Authorities elections. From live updates and real-time results to expert analysis and on-the-ground reporting across the regions, NTV is your trusted home for clear, credible, and comprehensive election coverage. NTV's Namibia Decides 2025 brings you informed voices, powerful insights, and the stories and statistics that shape our democracy.
We bring you luxury, lifestyle, and location. My.NA Property takes you inside Namibia's most stunning homes, high-end developments, and hidden gems. Catch us every Tuesday at 9 p.m. because every space has a story, only on NTV.
This week's decisions, today's debates, tomorrow's consequences. The agenda puts the spotlight on Namibia's most pressing issues and the people driving them. From headline makers to groundbreakers, we bring you voices and perspectives at the center of the national conversation. One story, one interview, the depth you'll not find anywhere else. That is the agenda.
When the sun sets, the news begins. Welcome to Sunset News, bringing you the latest headlines, in-depth community stories, economic updates, sports highlights, and your daily weather forecast. Join us every weekday from 7:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. on DSTV channel 285 and GoTV channel 25, or stream us online at oneup2.com. Join us on Facebook at Sunset News to stay updated.
From the heart of the continent to its farthest horizons, Africa awakens with stories that shape our world. This is Africa Good Morning, your window into the pulse of a dynamic continent. I'm Ashwin Berry, here to deliver the latest news, sharp insights, and the vibrant spirit of Africa. Every weekday, we dive into the headlines, uncover untold stories, and spotlight the people driving change. Plus, stay ahead with daily weather forecasts and economic updates to navigate your week with confidence. With direct coverage from our correspondents on the ground, we bring you in-depth access to Africa's beating heart. Mondays, Mike Situla reports from Zambia.
Africa Good Morning.
Tuesdays, Talent Gore covers Zimbabwe. Wednesdays, Rorisang Mokojwe brings Botswana's news. Dumela Rorisang.
Thank you very much, Ashwin, for having me right here on Africa Good Morning. It is always a pleasure to be here with you all.
Thursdays, Ari Hogarth tackles South Africa.
Yes, very good morning, Ashwin and Aina. Yes, a good atmosphere.
And Fridays, we focus on Namibia's bold narratives. From thriving cities to rugged plains, our team is there, capturing the rhythm of a continent on the rise. Africa Good Morning is your essential start. News, weather, economics, and more.
I'm joined by Wanda Guchu, news editor of the Namibian Sun newspaper. Welcome back in the election studio.
Sure, thanks so much.
I think, Wanda, as far as the messages goes, it seems the Braaivleis fires are lit in Namibia since early today. Apparently, and that is, I think, something that should not be taken lightly. The shebeens are full in places, and in contrast, sharp contrast, we've seen very slow turnout at the polls. Do you think there's a chance, first of all, that it may pick up because time is running out for people to get to the polls?
Picking up, that will depend on the numbers that we have, because if you look at the numbers from last year, from 2020, and the numbers that we have this year, already the numbers went down for the regional councils, but for the local authorities, surprisingly, the number went up. So we might see more people coming in local authority elections, but then the regional councils, the numbers might go down. So if I may be specific here, in 2025, those who were eligible to vote, it's 1,670,813, but those who registered to vote, the number went down to 1,499,235. So already there is a gap. So that's 89.7%. And then that is for the national. So when you look at the regional councils in 2020, those who were registered in 2020, they were 1,408,670. You'll be surprised, Danny, that this year that number has gone down to 747,406. So that's almost half. So for local councils, definitely the number is going to go down because this is almost half.
There's a lot of demographic and other factors that's playing a role, of course, in people's decision to register or not to register. Example for where they live. Let's look at the historical election turnout numbers for Namibia. Now our graphic starts in 1992. 1989 was the election for a constituent assembly. And that is not shown here. That was the 97% turnout we had before independence. And that has not been beaten since. But if one looks at 1992, that it was the first local authority and regional council elections, we had an 80% turnout. And then one sees by 1999, it immediately fell towards the 40% mark. Recovered a bit in 2004, and then again in 2015 and 2020. It was a bit better than 2010, but it's still, around the 40% mark, 38 and 42% respectively. And just for the viewers, the upper line in the graphic shows the turnout in the general elections. So last year, we had presidential and National Assembly elections. That turnout was 75%, although that is disputed by a lot of people in terms, because of the accuracy of our voters' roll, that is not necessarily that good. But there we see in 2004, with a lot of political changes then, also a turnout of more than 80%. But mostly more than 60% of people turn out when they can decide who's going to run government on the central level of decision making. You've got some other numbers as well, but just looking at the statistics, it's not very encouraging.
It's not. Because I've just shared with you for regional councils a comparison of 2020 and 2025. But like I said, local authorities, the number went up by 166.4%, because in 2020, those who registered for local authorities elections, they were 451,870. This year, that number has gone up to 752,043. So like I said earlier on, we are likely to see a higher turnout in urban centers than in the constituencies. So this is interesting because 2020 changed things. Walvis Bay was taken and Windhoek was mixed. Now, if there's a higher voter turnout in Windhoek, in Swakop, in Walvis Bay, or in any other urban center, then that may not speak well for the Swapo party, because these are the numbers. And there's more enlightenment when it comes to election issues for the people who are in towns. Because again, they don't have to travel long distances to go and vote. So unlike those who are out there, they have to cross the rivers, they have to travel long distances, and where there is a mobile voting station, they are moving. And if you missed the morning session, the mobile voting registration center has moved. So there's a likelihood that a lot of people will not get the chance because of the times that are allocated to a mobile voting station. And those mobile voting stations are in areas where people have to walk long distances. So again, you then have to bring in the issue that those who registered for the regional councils, the number has gone down by 89.7%.
Looking at comparing the regional council elections with presidential elections, for example, there's also a clear difference in turnout.
Yeah.
Why do you think? Because other people would argue that your local government and even your regional government is actually closer to you than the president in State House in Windhoek or the parliamentarians in the National Assembly.
If it's a presidential election, a National Assembly election, you will see star rallies, you will see president moving from region to region, you will see people going out, gatherings and that kind of thing. I think that gives an impression to people, a perception that a presidential and National Assembly election is more important than a local authority election. Although the local authority election, this is exactly where, that's the engine of your water pump, the engine of your electricity generator is the engine. So it's the way people are perceiving these elections. Because when a president goes out to ask people to vote, then people will then attach a lot of weight because it's the president of the party. But if I may give a simple example, the SWAPO party was having mini rallies where lightweights were asked to go and address people. So if you send a lightweight politician, people won't see this election as an important one. I think that is speaking to why a lot of people will just sit back until the time comes when they don't have water, when the rates are going up, and there's no service. And then the people will wake up to say, but we elected you guys. Most of those who will be saying, we elected you guys, most probably they wouldn't have cast their vote. So the numbers that we have here, they speak volumes of what the outcome of service will be.
Preferences, I think, and perception, is also driven by history to an extent. But how do you think do we change perception? How do we get people to go and vote in your local authority and for your regional councillor? Because a lot of the money from central government goes to the regional council for development purposes.
I was trying to check, is there a political party that released a manifesto? Or the belief is that a manifesto is only for National Assembly, a manifesto is only for the presidential election, but a manifesto is what must speak to the people. I missed it, but I haven't seen any. And that is the same with the 2019 elections. So if there's any political party that released a manifesto, I would love to see how different is that manifesto is from the manifestos that they had in 2020, in 2019. Is there any difference? Because for people to believe any political party that is coming on, they want to see what is on the table. So if in the 2019 elections or 2020 elections, you promised the people land, and you are coming back again this time you are promising people land. And the people know that you didn't give them land for the past 5 years that you have been there. So do you honestly think that people will go out and vote again?
It's an open question.
Yes. So someone who is supposed to go out and vote will be saying, fine, this councillor said if they go in, they'll give us the land. So they have done that. So if we vote them back, the promises that they've given us now, I think they will also fulfill them. But as it is, I would also want to know, those who went to campaign, they promised people what this time. If what they said they would do for people in 2020, 5 years has gone by now, people are sitting back. Those who were in the shacks in 2020, they are still in the shacks now. Those who were affected by floods in 2020, they've been affected by floods throughout the 5 years. And even this year, they will be affected by the floods. So if you look at all these three things, they work on the numbers. Someone will then sit back and say, what is it? What is it that I will get? I will just go and vote. I will remain in the shack. So these numbers are affected, one, because people don't know why they should go and vote. Or people are sitting back and saying, we were told things, where are they?
There's a lovely rain falling at the moment here in Windhoek, so apologies if there's a bit of sound interference. That'll probably have also a negative impact, maybe on people going out to the polls still later today. Yes, indeed, last year even, some parties didn't have manifestos at all. Many came very late. Do you think the old school manifestos, quite a thick document maybe, or let's say 20 pages at least, I would suppose, is that way of campaigning discounted? Doesn't it, does younger people, for that matter, are they interested in an old-fashioned manifesto? And are our parties effective at really, in very, very short bits, getting their messages across to the electorate?
You see, things have changed over the years. This is exactly why the huge crowds that would be invited to attend this star rally thing, although it still works, you have to bring in music, you have to bring in things that will draw people onto the rally. But there are smart ways now of doing things now. People don't read, right? You release that thick manifesto, no one has got the time to peruse it. So this is exactly where parties must come in and say, how can we simplify this? You identify what is lacking, you simplify it, and most often you have to have that manifesto in every available language. Or if there are people who can't read, someone who can talk to the people, who can explain to the people, has to be sent out. And there are few people who can do that now. So you can have that manifesto, which they should have. Because when you go to the people, you are asking them, bring me in, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for you. People must hold you accountable to say, but this is the manifesto. This is what you said you are going to do for us. Then can you tell us, out of these 5, how many have you done? But if you just go verbally, then this is exactly when someone will come back and say, I was misquoted. And that's why the manifesto has to be there. And if you want to reach to the young people now, they are on TikTok, you make it exciting, they are on Facebook, they are on X, or they are on Instagram. So you make it exciting. And most young people are staying away because it's boring, right? Someone comes on and they will talk about water, they talk about electricity, but you are not segmenting to say, if you are talking about water, to a youth whose aspirations are not water or electricity, they are looking at something else, they won't go and vote. So you need to segment to say, this message here must go to the youth. You use a youth-friendly channel. This message here must go to the pensioners. You know, most pensioners still like to
listen to the radio.
Yes.
As well.
So you need to. So all those campaigns, something along the way, they are not being done the way they should be done. And I was listening to the LPM leader mourning the fact that the turnout is not pleasing. But this has been the turnout throughout, especially where regional councils and local authority elections are concerned. The National Assembly is a different thing, and the presidential is a different thing. But regional councils and local authorities, that has been the trend since the beginning. So the West parties, no one has set back to say, how can we do this in a different way?
And it's the responsibility not only of the political parties, also of the ECN. And I think, like you say, there's an open question whether a wide enough range of media is really used effective to get messaging across to all types of people. Does not matter their age or gender, whatever the case. So the times are changing very fast. I don't think it's my challenge to everyone. I don't think we've adapted nearly as quickly as we should have. You see political parties still doing the traditional statement, media statement, and then they simply put it on the cell phone live, and that is not using that medium necessarily effectively for the people you're trying to reach. We're going to quickly look at some more messages from electoral officials that we had from the regions during the day. We still have a couple of those we haven't used, so let's look at that first.
I am Mr. Frederick Hans Bloodstam, the presiding officer of Namibia, Chairperson of Urban, Chairperson of Local Authority. Since morning time we were very much busy until 11 o'clock, whereby most of the people voted and the voting was smooth. No problems such as hiccups, no logistical issues, no technical issues were there. And up to now, as from 11 o'clock, there was a slight drop in voters coming up to come and vote, as they used to come in as just by drop until now. And as we are actually now approaching the final hours, I see it's even we might be caught by some rain. But I think voters should not be discouraged by that, to come and exercise their constitutional right in order to come and vote. Because we are ready, the machines are ready, and the process is quick. Most of the people that came in, they actually also applauded the fact that the process is very quick. So they should just come and vote.
Otis Daniels is a Network Media Hub's reporter in the South. He is reporting now about his journey so far on Election Day.
Hello viewers, my name is Otis Daniels and I'm currently in Aus. I started covering the elections early this morning in Oranjemund, where I visited 3 polling stations. I can confirm that the doors opened on time, and the process went quite smooth. It took a voter about 5 to 6 minutes to cast his or her vote. I then proceeded to Rospina, where I came across empty polling stations. So the officials there assured me that quite a number of people had come early in the morning to cast their votes, and they said they were looking forward to more people arriving later in the day to do what's required. And I proceeded from Rospina to Aus, where we have 2 polling stations stationed, and then one mobile station going around. So here I also came across empty walls, no voters in sight, and the officials gave the assurance that people also came in the morning. They had cast their vote. For example, here at the our settlement community hall polling station, 50 voters had gone through the process since the doors opened at 7 this morning until now. It's around 4 o'clock. One thing I took away, one comment that stuck with me was that the youth are not turning up. So most people that came to vote were adults, and the officials plead with those who are eligible to vote to come and do the right thing, to come and exercise their democratic right.
Apart from a hopefully not maybe unprecedented low turnout that can happen still during the rest of election day today, the Electoral Commission of Namibia, they are often in the limelight. They often criticized by political parties as well. Throughout the days, we didn't really, pick up on serious concerns and problems. It seems everything is going well. It started on time. The polls opened at 7 o'clock. I decided I'm going to ask ChatGPT to inform me what do they think about the ECN's performance so far on election day. So the answer was that the ECN is doing reasonably well, but there are still challenges and concerns, and AI points out, first of all, that to do an election in Namibia is a logistically extremely complicated task because of the vast distances in our country, getting polling stations to everyone to give them the chance to vote. And for example, they also clearly state Kunene region, that is now maybe the region in Namibia where paths are very inaccessible. They've been looking for 17 vehicles. I think yesterday still. They needed another 17 vehicles to do things. But they point out youth turnout seems to be a problem, that the ECN is not able to affect or assist the youth to come out voting or encourage them enough, whatever the case might be. They also say the low turnout is a historical challenge and a structural challenge. And don't you think structural challenge is a bit of a scapegoat that we easily mention when things don't work and we don't find solutions? Why we don't have more people voting in local authority and regional council elections?
To begin with, the ECN had 5 years to prepare for this election. So coming up with an excuse to say until yesterday they hadn't sorted out the transport issue for Kunene, that's, it's not an excuse. 5 years. So when you know you have had issues before, you anticipate those issues. And planning means that they were supposed to have made the call for transport around July, and then peg down to say the vehicles for each region. By now they should actually know. When you talk about these structural challenges, I want to believe that that's one of them. They were supposed to anticipate it. July, they make out the call, then they peg down the numbers. We have got these vehicles for Kunene, for Zambezi, for Kavahango. You can't do it 2 weeks before. Because if I've got my own car, I would have planned for it. So they were supposed to have signed people up July. Then you sort out. They were also supposed to have done a review of all the issues that went on with the presidential and the National Assembly elections to say this is exactly where we messed up, right? So how are we going to fix it? Because you can't be doing the same mistake over and over again. It's not a mistake that you can do over and over again. You are failing. A mistake is something that you can do once. But if you repeat again and again and again, then you are failing. So I don't see why there must be issues. One, to get people to register. That is not an issue because it falls on the ECCN, it actually falls on the political parties, and it also falls on the civic organizations. I want to believe that there are organizations that are getting money here, and you get money to do what? You get money to educate people on electoral issues. So where were they? Because this was over 5 years. So the structural issues and everything else, ECN shouldn't be doing an election that comes after 5 years within 6 months. They shouldn't plan for such an election within 6 months. They are supposed to say by Monday next week, they do a review. What is it that we didn't do the way we were supposed to have done? So how are we going to fix it? So then they must come up with a plan. And I've seen somewhere where there's that plan. But the question is how effective. So they were supposed to, from 2 or 3 days after this election, the results are out, do a review and an analysis, then you plan for the next 5 years.
I think, yes, November last year, there were huge crises at places in the country, very many polling stations. Luckily, we haven't seen that this year. But yes, they didn't really, I think, do enough soul-searching about that. It didn't really also feature very prominently in the ECN's own reporting on the general elections of last year. But you are alluding to it that we're making the same old mistakes and not learning the lessons. So what do we do as citizens to call civic society and the ECN, for that matter, to order?
Yeah, before we go on to that, the reason why there may not be issues with the delays and people being in queues for too long, if you compare the numbers, for regional councils, the number is slightly more than 700, and these are 57 councils. So you divide that and the number of the polling stations, then the people who are supposed to go to a single polling station, the number is very small. Now you compare with the presidential elections, the numbers are big, right? So there may not be issues. That can actually speak to why no political party has come up to complain yet, to say our people haven't been given an opportunity because the number is small. But I know for certain that once the results start coming out, issues also crop up. They may not have issues with our people are not voting. They are not being given opportunities. The team that is out now, every single posting that I've seen, low voter turnout, low voter turnout. In actual fact, this may not be low voter turnout, but it's the number of the people who are supposed to go and vote at that particular polling station, because the numbers are small. Compared to the National Assembly. Now, if you look at the National Assembly in 2019, the people who cast their vote, 820,227. that was 60.4%. Those who registered in 2019, it was 1,358. It was 1,358,468. So these are big numbers. So you may go to a station where there are 250 people coming in to vote, and in your mind, because you don't have the actual number, the total number, then you think the voter turnout is low. The numbers are just low. So political parties don't have an excuse now to say our people are not being allowed, they haven't gotten an opportunity, because the queues will be moving fast. Right, so that is the issue within the numbers. Then we go then to your question to the civil organizations. There are a lot of them, I know. So what exactly do they do? Them too, they wait 2 months before the date of the elections to start teaching people. When you start taking people through knowledge sharing, you can't do it once and then you are done, right? This is a 5-year kind of thing. But for them, we will have to understand as well that it could be because they don't have funding. So if they are asking for funding, they must be so clear to say, we've got projects, we've got programs that will run for the next 5 years. This is what we are going to do. And I want to believe that there are the donors out there who are free to say, so here's the money for the first year, second year, third, fourth, and fifth. That is one. So civil organizations, they should not tomorrow come and say, ECN did not do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ECN has got its own things that they are not doing well, but they are also doing some other things where they should be done. So them to the civic organizations, they must be held accountable. Because most of them, they get money, buy cars, go on holidays, and then 6 months or 3 months before the election date, you see them now. They are in Kavango, they are here, but what they are supposed to do for the people to understand the importance of these elections may not be done within that short space of time.
Yes, continued civic education and intellectual education is part of civil organizations. It's part of government's job, the ECN's job, also very importantly, political parties' jobs. But do you think financing, for example, of the ECN, you see every 5 years, their budget just increases tenfold, 15-fold. It's election time, so we know. Do they really have enough funding, you think, to do the jobs that they're supposed to do during the 5 years between elections?
Yeah, it would be interesting. Unfortunately, I didn't pull out the budget for me to see how much of the budget that they get goes to salaries, operational expenses, and how much of it is then left for an election that comes every 5 years. Or the budget that they get for the, like now, going in 2026 until this will be 2030, right? So is that budget, does it come with an allocation for the elections? Now, the issue of money, we can also go back again to where the government sometimes has to budget for this election in the last year. They know the election is coming now, so they scramble to say, where can we get money? Because there's an election. Now, it would be better if they say every year there is an allocation for an election that is coming in the 5th year. So if the allocations, if they pile up, the first year, if they've got 3 million, 5, 7, and then by the time they get to the 5th year, the year of the election, they've got money sitting there. But budgeting when it's an election year, there are competing interests coming in. So this I think is exactly why there's no money all the time. So ECN has to go back from time to time. Now the question here is, wouldn't it be better, wouldn't it be sensible if they can say, the election that is coming in 2030, we are starting to budget for that election in 2026. By 2030, they may be left with just a deficit to say, we still have this gap that we need to fulfill. So the government can come in and then fill in that gap. So the first year, second, third, until the 50th, that money is going to salaries and operations. The election, when it comes, then it's no more money.
I don't think you have to look at the budget. I think most ministries and government institutions always say they don't have enough money. It's a question also of effective use. The clock is ticking down towards the closing of polling stations in Namibia. I think we have another message still from our reporters outside from earlier today. Also some of this material. Let's look at that. And then we're going to talk about when can we expect the results.
Yes, my name is MC Amporo, presiding officer for Tapita Center B here in Ocho constituency, Kunai region to be exact. Yeah, the turnout has been haphazard, meaning it has been a lot incoming because it's a hotspot. It's downtown in a location. From the morning up to this time around, which is now around 3, there have been 320 voters that have casted their vote. So it's picking up at the time. Mind you, this is informal settlement, and most of our people, although it's a public holiday, they are working for informal markets. So that we might pick up also after work, which is now after 5, 6, we are expecting an upper harvest. So far, no hiccups. It's only 5 people that have been here that has been turned down because of the constituency that they have registered is not Ocho. 2 that are from Kunai region, they registered in both Kamayab and also in Korekas. So many of those people are not eligible to vote in Ocho constituency. The other ones were 2 from Komas, which is now Windhoek district, and then the other one was Omusati. So those people, unfortunately, this time around, they cannot vote in our constituency. And other than that, all the materials have been received on time, and there is no hiccup in terms of the sensitive materials. No complaints, we are ready. So once we are done, we will. If we close the poll at 2100 hours, we will know. We will count the votes and then we'll decide who the eligible or the successful candidate are.
My name is Leonard Chikulu. The candidate, I cannot say now, the regional councillor for Kahao, but let us say it, I'm the candidate for Kahao constituency. I casted my vote at just now, maybe after an hour, because I casted around 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, but there was nobody. I found nobody in that polling station. I voted at Kahao Elsen Church, but I found nobody there. But I monitored Nakashororo, Changachanashirongo, and Okakutua. So those I visited those 4 polling stations, but they were full in the morning. But currently, as I speaking, there's nobody in those 4 polling stations. People were flocking. The report which is coming from all the polling stations, they are telling us that no, it's going well, and most of them, there is nothing at the moment. So in Okahao constituency, I can tell you that we don't have any problem, and we don't have queues. So everybody is voted during the morning.
Namibians have until 9 o'clock this evening to vote in the 2025 local authority and regional council elections. We've already heard from the ECN headquarters here in Windhoek that they do not expect to announce any results today. They are going to have a press conference at 10 o'clock this evening, which we will cover on our social media channels, which they say will basically be an update on the day's procedures and processes. One, I don't know if you agree with me, I cannot think, especially if we also have a very low turnout, how we cannot start seeing results quite soon after 9 o'clock, and we will see them as people will take photos of the results as they are posted outside polling stations, and in the end, after verified the local authority from the various polling station, that result will be posted at the local authority itself. We'll see it. Why do you think we have this seemingly also a historical situation where the ECN headquarters waits for an extended time before they do announcements in Windhoek? Are there good reasons, or are there no real good reasons in today's time and age?
I don't think there's an explanation to that. Honestly speaking, with these numbers and with the turnout that we are seeing, they should by 10 o'clock this evening be in a position to announce, because all these numbers, they are below 1 million. The regional councils is below 1 million, and not everyone who registered for vote will turn out or has gone to for vote. So in actual fact, the question now is, this is one of the things, like you rightly say, it's a historical thing, and for some other reason I want to believe that they've gotten used to it. So why can't they be done with it to say, because these results are counted and then they are signed off and they are posted. So are they not being sent here for whatever they are supposed to do? And how long does it take to count?
It cannot be verified once again in any case in Windhoek, apart from a basic tallying maybe of the different numbers that's come in from the regions. And especially, like I said, a low turnout means it won't be 10 or 20,000 votes even at specific polling stations. It might be a few thousand, a few hundred, and then that simply gets added up together. So no, there's no reason for big delays in announcing results, unless there's of course complaints during the counting process, which starts right after the polls close at 9 o'clock already. Do you think this also adds to the fact that there is among some people continued distrust in the ECN?
Yeah, there is an effect. The credibility of the elections becomes questionable, because then that's exactly when the opposition parties will start complaining now. From the polling stations to where the figures end, then people will start to complain to say, why is it taking long? Because countries where there are millions of people who vote, you get the results not less than 12 hours after the elections.
Yes, the entire complete results.
Does this speak to ECN's lack of ability? Are they not able? And again, this is what has been happening ever since. Now the question here is, can they work a way to say, by this time the results must be out? Right, because these results, Zambezi can be done before Vivindu, before Kokomas, before Erorongo. Why can they say then And this is what they used to do. These are the results from Zambezi, and these are the results from this and this. And by now we should actually see on the ECN results section, their website, they must start to populate them, because all the opposition parties or all the contesting parties, they've got agents who have to sign up to say, I agree. And like you are saying, if there is an issue, then that issue might then lead to the delay. But I don't understand, and ECN has to justify why. They need to explain why it takes long for 350,000 people who could have voted in the local authorities elections countrywide to count 300,000 votes.
There is a lot of clever solutions for all of these issues that we continuously talk about.
Yeah.
Wanda, it's been very nice having
Thank you so much,
as a
Danny.
partner on this talk. Unfortunately, time for us to sign off before Ashwin Mberi comes back again together with Toivo Jabela. I want to say I don't want to sound unthankful. So I think Namibians are thankful that we have a peaceful country and we have the opportunity to cast our votes freely, which is not the case in many countries. But we can do so much better in terms of, for example, the speed in announcing results. Remember, you can follow all our social media channels and then also the election app. That is elections.my.na. As soon as we receive verified results, we will announce them.
When the sun sets, the news begins. Welcome to Sunset News, bringing you the latest headlines, in-depth community stories, economic updates, sports highlights, and your daily weather forecast. Join us every weekday from 7:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. on DSTV channel 285 and GoTV channel 25, or stream us online at oneup2.com. Join us on Facebook at Sunset News to stay updated.
Are you curious as to what is driving the cars world? Well, we are bringing you into the world of cars. Tech, trends, road trips, and the stories behind the wheels. It's fun, it's fast, and it's full of surprises. This is your ultimate cars companion. You can catch My.NA Cars every Thursday at 9 p.m. with me, your favorite passenger princess, Diana Master, because it's not just about the ride, it's about the journey. Mornings just got better, Namibia. From the latest headlines to the hottest trends, we're bringing you the conversations that matter.
That's right. Bright minds, bold opinions, and a touch of morning magic. This is your daily dose of energy.
So grab a cup and join in on the conversation every weekday morning at 8 o'clock with Smell the Coffee, hosted by Diana Master and Aina Raisa Quayo.
Did you know that you can travel the world without ever leaving your couch? Hello, Jambo, Salam, Sawubona. I am Soraya Mentor, and this is Africa Beyond Borders. On this show, you get to travel around the world to different countries, cultures, and stories that inspire. we bring you real conversations with bold Africans who've traveled beyond their home countries. It is all about identity, culture, connection, and a twist of fun. So, if you want to travel the world just from your couch, join us every Monday at 8:30 p.m. on DSTV, Channel 285, GoTV, Channel 25, and you can stream on oneup2.com. Join along. Do you like traveling?
Do you like to experience new places?
Well, then you should tune into On the Rock, where we explore enjoy establishments all over Namibia and South Africa. Great food, great fun, and so much more. So be sure to mark your calendar as we explore the beautiful landscapes of Namibia at the various enjoy establishments.
And where we also get to go on game drives, different activities, and meet the awesome staff of the different establishments.
We will see you there.
Watch On the Rocks every Monday at 9 p.m. on DSTV Channel 285 and GoTV Channel 25.
You are with Election 2025, Election Watch 2025, hashtag Namibia Decides 2025. And for us in studio, this is the last stretch, and of course, by no means the last stretch for democracy. You are joined by Ashwin Bedi and Toivo Njebela. There's much more to talk about with regards to this election and the stories and narratives that will ensue. Toivo and I are currently coming out of some significant rain.
Yeah. I tell you, man,
the suits managed to survive somehow.
What a contrast it has been. You know, it was beaming hot in the morning, and I saw people wanting to be leaning towards the walls because that's how hot it was in the sun. And then it ends like this. It's a different. I mean, when they say Namibia is a land of contrast, that's exactly what it means.
That's what it means, without a doubt. And of course, the underlying subject at play, and you know, Toivo, you're a man with much experience for headlines. We know when one is popping up more potently than the others, and it seems like today's headline, which might not be related to tomorrow's Namibian Sun, do make sure you grab a copy, but low voter turnout.
Yeah, I think that will be the headlines tomorrow across the entire media industry, especially newspapers, because that is really the reality on the ground. The lack of appetite, the lack of enthusiasm is just unbelievable, and it's so organic. It's not confined to a particular geographical region of the country. It's actually across all the regions of the country. So again, something is not right. There's something that we're not doing right, either as a country in sensitizing the people, but also perhaps those that get elected in this kind of elections do not live up to people's expectations, and people say, look, why must I waste my time and go there rather than buying at home, you know, and stuff like that.
Yeah, because it seems like the message of, especially when you look at the individuals campaigning, the message is more vote for me, not go out and vote. And if we're going to be honest with ourselves, Toivo, when we saw hordes of cars driving out of Windhoek yesterday, my natural inclination was not that they were all going to the constituencies in which that they registered. For me, it felt more like the day before a public holiday which has no election attached to it. But as you said, it's been organic, it's been more or less sprinkled across the board, and it is thoroughly worrying, because what is democracy without participation?
Yeah, I mean, you would see in my editorial tomorrow, I'm expounding on that subject, and one of the things that I'm talking about is that we must examine the reasons for that, because is it a protest of some sort, a silent protest? And if yes, what are the people protesting against? We have to inquire that. But I also think that you see, if you are a political party and you get, let's assume, for example, that in 2020, only 38% voted in that election, especially in local authorities. And then that 30%, that is totality. So then you go a step further and say, what did one particular party get in that election? Of that 38, how much actually went to a particular party, especially the winning party? And then it will tell you even a scarier it will give you a scarier picture to say that maybe only 380,000 nationally voted for you. And then out of 1 point something million people that are actually registered to vote. And then when you cascade down further, you realize that the number that voted for the winner is even less than that. What does that say? It's not good.
And why would you take pride in that?
No.
Because you're not going to hear that word. You know, once a winner is announced, you're not going to hear,
people
we won, but very few people showed up.
People are going to beer halls and beat drums there in jubilation without really a proper inquisition of what that, in a broader scheme of things, mean.
I'm glad you mentioned the broader scheme of things, because one thing we can't ignore is the numbers. What does this mean for resource wastage? Because my understanding, everyone's logical understanding, is that the Electoral Commission of Namibia planned to have just over 1.4 million people vote. We are potentially looking at below 40%.
Absolutely. So again, I mean, democracy by its very nature is a very expensive enterprise. That's why, for example, if the Electoral Act says, for example, that when a vacancy occurs in a constituency, it must be filled within 3 months. So if elections are 4 months away, you can't compromise and say, oh, since there's only a 1 month gap, we might as well not hold the election. The law says you must still do it.
Yes.
So that is how expensive democracy is. And unfortunately, you have to stick to the act. So similarly, I suppose an institution like ECN will look at the number of registered voters. They must have some SOPs within or in-house that say the number, whatever the number of registered voter is, our printed copies, for example, ballots must be corresponding to that. And there ought to be, I'm sure, some contingency extra copies also, just in case something happens.
Sport ballots.
Yeah, exactly. You were transporting ballots to one region and then an accident happens, they burn, then you must have something extra in the kitty. But when you look at the apathy, the people not coming around, and the losses that accrue from that situation, ECN has had so many people, which is a good thing. People have jobs now, at least, especially in a situation like ours of 37% unemployment, and even higher within the youth segment. So when they take up these positions, it's a good thing.
Yes.
But you also don't want to burn money just for the sake of creating these jobs, these temporary jobs. Money must be spent meaningfully. So that is one. And then you have this thing about ECN. Usually they get a lot of cars from the government garage to beef up their fleet. But they also, because the exercise is so big, they then go to the public and say, Ashwinberry, if you have a bakkie in good condition, bring it for assessment so that we can also take it in. Then you pay Ashwin his money. And then everything else, I mean, when I look at the number of, I don't know how many polling stations were in Windhoek today, but if you knew then what you know now, it wouldn't have been worth it to have all those polling stations because a lot of people were there picking their noses. Nothing is happening at the site.
I mean, you said a statement which is still, glaring in my subconscious, or obviously now at the front of my conscience, which is that it looked like there were more election officials where you went to vote than
Yeah.
actual voters.
Yes, yes.
And, you know, that's just a microcosm of what seems to have been happening across the country. And as much as we were positively and, you know, optimistically anticipating that, you know, when the sun calms down, then people will go and vote. And even the rain right now where we are in Windhoek has stopped. We also have that nagging feeling that people are already done with the day.
Yeah, absolutely. There was the weather has been on many people's lips throughout the day from across the country. In Katima, they were complaining about massive rains. In the south, it's massive sun, and. But there's a constituency somewhere. I was checking where our reporters are posting these updates. There's a polling station that last served its voter at 11, and that report from the reporter came at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So since 11 o'clock, between 11 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, not a single soul showed up to vote there.
And look, not to constantly throw us into the picture, but let's talk about that reporter whose resources could have been used making sure that information elsewhere is highlighted. But he also could not leave, he or she could not leave the station until everything was completed. And this is coming back now to this understanding of the resources. Is that something that we should have a conversation about as a nation, that this is a national responsibility? When we don't go and vote, we're wasting money, and it's the same money we need.
Yeah, absolutely. I think but it's very unpredictable. If what you don't want is to underestimate the appetite of people.
Definitely.
And then for some reason, they show up in numbers, and then you have a crisis of lack of ballot papers or lack of manpower at the polling stations and stuff like that. So doing it the way they did it, ECN, I think is a way to do it. But for me, Ashwin, what is very worrying is that if you look at the enthusiasm in 2024, it was huge.
Yes,
the stakes were higher. People wanted to really send a clear message of disillusionment. People were not happy. That's why the outcome of that election speaks for itself. You could see these people looking for change at the time, bringing the ruling party's dominance to 53% only. They barely made it. So you could see there was hunger there. This time around, you just can't make it up. You can't really decipher what the issues are. That people somehow, maybe they feel that we did our part already last year, we sent our message last year, it's time for this government and all other stratas of government to do their work. But I just thought, given the state of service delivery in our country at the moment, if you live in Rundu, I spoke about the issue of being flooded today, and tomorrow you have no water. The whole northern region, I know for a fact that there's a report that was submitted. It was commissioned by the Prime Minister and the Ministries of Mines and Energy and one for Agriculture, because there are constant power disruptions in the north, in the regions served by NORAD, and the situation is so dire that water also does not reach households because it's powered by electricity. When there's no electricity, then water cannot reach people. And NamWater is frustrated because they think that they are doing their work properly, but NORAD is not delivering in that sense. Those are just few examples of service delivery issues that are really befalling our country across the entire republic. And you thought, as a result of that, and the frustration that we've seen on people's faces, there would be some reaction. What is the reaction that we got? People not showing up at all, and then they want to complain when this state of affairs continue. It's unacceptable.
Unacceptable indeed, and there seems to be a disconnect in understanding that what starts as a problem for the constituency often evolves into a problem for the country. There are nations bordering us, where if they hear the word load shedding, they might as well have heard that the sun came up today. Zimbabwe, South Africa, bit largest economy in Africa, cannot escape it. Zambia, same story. And these are issues which we are currently identifying in pockets where we can be able to have a voice and be able to, try our best to solve these situations. Do you think, and talking about South Africa just kind of brought the idea into my head, you think that there has to be a relook of the 1992 law?
Yeah. The act is problematic. There are aspects of it that are really outdated, that no longer speaks to the reality and the evolution that has taken place over the years. I think really that for consistency of service, we need to relook at the provision that makes these midterm elections, internal council elections, mandatory every year. It's disruptive. It's unnecessary. You see, in regions like the northern regions where the ruling party usually is guaranteed, because SWAPO doesn't like reshuffling things. That's why sometimes the party issue directives to its town councils already ahead of those midterm elections and say, guys, please maintain the status quo. I think it's a good visionary position to take. In the likes of Windhoek, where SWAPO doesn't have automatic authority, the SG of SWAPO cannot issue that directive because what are you going to tell the 10 opposition councillors that are actually the bigger number on that council? But the principle that SWAPO takes in those kind of things, and I think a few other parties do, because, for example, if you look at Walvis Bay, they have had that man, Trevino Forbes, for the last 5 years.
Yes.
So I would imagine that IPC also took that stance to say, look, for consistency of what we want to do, do not disrupt anything. Because also the problem is that these elections bring a lot of divisions and frictions. If you didn't support me, if you didn't support my mayoral bid, why must I support your motion to bring water to a particular area and then you shine because you are the one who introduced this kind of thing. So there's a lot of big egos in these councils. So that provision of the act for me is outdated. It doesn't, I don't know what was the vision, but I think what must be sneaked into that act now to replace that provision is to say councils at their own volition, if they feel that there's a need for a change, whether it's in 2 months after the election or whatever, they have that. So that you really only invoke that provision when there's a crisis of leadership. The sitting mayor is consistently absent, or they have health issues that prevent them from attending council meetings, and the city has to forge ahead. What do we do as councillors? No, comrades, let's invoke this provision so that we bring in someone new. Due to those circumstances, there has to be some circumstantial necessity to do that. But if it just every November there must be new elections, the management council is thrown off its feet, the new mayor is chucked out, it's just chaos.
Yeah, definitely. For some people, they're wanting to address an issue with someone who's probably gone already. And, thus, even moving forward, it becomes quite difficult. We're going to recap on the day as Toivo and I deliberate a little bit. And let's just have a look at how the day has been transpiring as Namibia decides 2025.
Okay. My name is Simpson Paulus, presiding officer in Umsati region, Utapi Community Hall. That's team 1. Actually, we came here around 5 in the morning, start setting up, and by 7 o'clock we were ready. We started off with the voters casting their votes, whereby we started with the governor from Umsati region. Everything is going well. As you can see behind me, the turn-up is very, very good. So we are just encouraging all the eligible voters to come through. Just make sure that you have a voter's card that's valid. By valid, we mean your voter's card must be written where it says constituency. It must say Utapi. Those are the people that are eligible to vote at our point. So we are encouraging everyone who is eligible to vote to come through and cast your votes.
You see, first, and I'm sure the mood at this station where I am is the mood all over the country. You see, Namibians come for election, they are so relaxed. It's like coming for a party. People are talking, they are joking, they are laughing, and it's really a way how we can consolidate our democracy. Now, at the station where I am now, at Windhoek West, Emma, it's people have really come out, and I'm encouraging all Namibians to come out. This is the power that you are having. This is an opportunity for you to use your power by voting, because you are voting for your own good. You are voting for your prosperity. So come out in numbers. And that's why I have decided to declare today a public holiday, because I don't want any excuse. The government does not want to be blamed of you not exercising your democratic right, maybe because you were at work. So come out, please, Namibians, and let us make sure that our election remain peaceful, because this is a peaceful and stable country. And that's how Namibia we are, a land of the brave. We are brave because we do things in the right way, and we must continue to do so. So come out, go and vote. You vote for yourself as you are voting for your well-being. So thank you, Namibians.
Thank you.
Make sure that you talk.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, my thumb. Yeah, I have a vote.
And then also the preferred party for the local authority. We have to exercise our democratic rights through voting, because that's how we make the choice of the leaders that we want to take care of the affairs of this nation at all levels. So today's elections are the regional councils and local authorities, which will determine the leaders for the next 5 years, the ones that are going to take charge of the affairs of the Municipal Council of Windhoek and also our constituency, Windhoek West, where we reside. And I want to encourage and make a call out there to those that are still at home, that they must come. The process is smooth. It took me less than 5 minutes to complete, and here I am ready going back home. So others who are still making their ways, let them come, because each vote counts. And they must make their voice being heard through the process of voting, which is a mechanism that we use to ensure service delivery to our people. Thank you.
That all of us are called to exercise our democratic right as per our constitution. We really need to go out there, cast our votes, all of us as Namibians, irrespective of from which political party you came from. You as a voter who already is 18 years and above, and you are a potential voter carrying your voter's card, you must go out. It is your constitutional responsibility to go out and vote. I have just casted my vote here at Emma Hoopers North, Windhoek West. The process is very smooth. The officials are very kind. It is a question of 3-4 minutes and you are done. I was here since 5 o'clock and I'm encouraging you all to go and vote. But I have 2 issues to tell you. When you get there, you are provided with your ballot paper. Please make sure the way the ballot paper is prepared for you is the way you have to put it in the ballot box. Because if you turn it around, you must always see that there is a mark on top of the ballot paper. And that ballot paper, that mark must always be seen by the people who are going to do the voting. Therefore, don't turn it around your way. Keep it the way it is given to you by the officials of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, because if you turn it your way, it might become a spoiled ballot. Just keep it the way it is prepared for you by the officials. The second thing I want to advise, those of you who already have casted your vote, don't shake your hands with others who didn't yet cast their votes, because this ink might be transferred to another person who didn't cast their votes already. And then if you have transferred the ink, the next person who didn't cast the vote yet, when they will go there in the machine, they might be questioned that why are they having the ink? Because of you. Please try to avoid shaking hands with the people who didn't cast their vote yet. I think that is very, very important. Stay away. You have voted, go home, leave the people who didn't vote to vote. And I'm encouraging everybody, Namibians all over from all spheres of life, the potential voters, go and vote for your representatives. It's a question of bread and butter. Go and make your choice. Thank you very much. And you have a wonderful day.
Some recap videos from the day, including President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa casting her vote, as well as urging Namibians to vote, and Mayor Sophia Shaningwa being Sophia Shaningwa.
Yes, yes.
What else could you say there? Now, something that we can be honest about, Toivo, is that as Africans at independence, we arrived to an electoral system of sorts.
Yes.
And yes, we did, there was an overwhelming victory for the people of this land. But as we can see, there's been very little pruning with regards to these systems. Now, when I mentioned South Africa earlier, I was going to pose this question. Do you think that as Namibia, we could benefit from a national consultative dialogue with regards specifically to elections, going region to region and saying, how do we do this better?
Yeah, look, I think we need, of course, because one of the issues that people have against the ECN is this perception that they are very impartial, they are very partial, they are very biased in who and how they engage. You would see, for example, last year during this time, there were these huge accusations, opposition parties saying that they felt excluded from key decisions, including the extension of when an extra day was added.
To presidential election, yeah,
yes,
national election.
They are saying it was just, of course, the president who's by virtue of his position is a SWAPO member also. But they felt that the president shouldn't have extended voting without, and especially in specific constituencies. Remember, it was only confined to particular constituencies, and people were saying, oh, why those specific constituencies?
Why not
in whose benefit are those constituencies? So ECN must be seen to be objective in that sense. The other thing is that the electoral, the credibility of ECN must also be seen to be intact. I'm saying this because there are things that I'm fundamentally opposed in how ECN is structured. So remember, you have now commissioners who are usually publicly interviewed, and then their names are handed over to the president, whoever the president is, and then the president approves those appointments. I don't want a head of state who in some cases is a participant in that very election, appointing people who must oversee the election in which that president is a candidate. For me, it's a question of principle. It's not even about whether it's SWAPO who's ruling that time. PDM can take over the country tomorrow and I'll still say the same thing. The president shouldn't be anywhere near the appointment of commissioners for ECN, because what commissioners will feel a bit indebted to that person, and then suddenly the election must go against that person. Some of them, if you find, of course, you have some who are really good professionals, they understand their duty, but there are some who say, no, we owe this guy, this president, a bit of debt, and therefore we have to do everything we can to make sure that the election doesn't go against his or her way. I am not alluding to anything of that nature having happened. I'm saying it leaves room for that kind of possibilities, and it's not nice. Just like I'm opposed to the president appointing the Director General of the Anti-Corruption Commission or judges. I know that even in the US, I mean, if you look at the USA now, the issue of judges, they will say the Trump judge. And therefore, Trump, with all this litany of charges getting dropped and until the guy becomes president again, is because a Biden appointed judge and all these kind of things. So all those things must be intact. Parliament is there. It's a non-partisan body the way it's structured. Make those appointments of commissioners, interview them publicly, hand that list of names to Parliament. Parliament says yes, Ashwin Berry can become a commissioner of ECN or not. Again, Parliament is not controlled by one party, or it's a collective of all these parties. So there's a lot of work to be done in terms of really the next 5 years to just tighten those loose ends in our legislation.
Do you feel like those loose ends will translate to voter turnout?
I think when there's a lot of people, Ashwin, that do not trust the electoral process, rightly or wrongly. They have their own suspicions, and they think their votes will be stolen. Their votes will not matter because they will vote for party A, but because they didn't vote for party B, their things will be stolen. But when people have complete trust in the process, when they have faith in the process, they are likely to be more confident actually to show up and vote. So this non-participation in elections is a conglomeration of reasons by people. Some say it's weather, some are saying it's this, some are saying it's that, but some are saying I do not trust that my vote will make an impact because it might be stolen.
Now, when you raise that, you remind me of my core job, Tove, which is, I deal with Africa as a whole. Of course, primarily Namibia, but Africa as a whole. And you see that there's a lot of interconnections. Namibians, we have to respect their intelligence. We have to respect their intelligence, and we have to respect what they have reflected. At the last preparation for the last elections, the printing of the ballot papers was going to be done by a Zimbabwean who was convicted of fraud. Not accused, convicted of fraud. Whenever his name showed up, there was no blinking. Until Namibians said, wait a minute, we have questions. When it comes to the alignment of governments and liberation movements, they've stayed tight-knit. SADC previously condemned the Zimbabwean election. I don't recall Namibia specifically condemning the Zimbabwean election. Of course, SADC speaks for Namibia, but in that particular context, it was Hakainde Hichilema and Nevers Mumba, his appointee, who broke the mold, to be quite frank, with regards to that. Wikno Chivayo has been spotted in Kenya, issues with elections, Tanzania in the State House, real issues with the elections. Would it also increase faith in the Namibia electoral system if, as a nation, we openly shun our neighbors who we naturally collaborate with in many, many forms? During the SWAPO campaigns, there were Zimbabwean scoffs. They came here and they proclaimed themselves. Absolutely nothing wrong with regional alignment. Not the point I'm making. But is there a section of Namibians who are like, we never call out when things are wrong in other African countries? Are we leaving a gap for ourselves to potentially explore these options should things go wayward?
So former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, used to drive this very exciting initiative. It used to be exciting, of course, at the beginning, the Africa peer review mechanism, which was meant to do exactly that, where you say, yes, we shared trenches in the 70s. Yes, we were together in London. Our office, we were SWAPO and ANC and ZANU-PF, maybe hypothetically, were in the same building in Russia or whatever, in Soviet Union, and all that. But here we have took an off-ramp from the principles that we fought for, and therefore we do not agree with that. We are seeing pockets of what you just mentioned. Hichilema in Zambia is not from the liberation struggle parties. He's not from Kaunda's party,
no,
and
opposition.
Therefore it was always expected. Boko Duma in
Duma Boko, yes, Botswana.
Duma Boko in Botswana.
Yes.
I am told that he did not congratulate Samia Suluhu in Tanzania, also because he doesn't come from a liberation struggle party, and therefore he doesn't feel obligated to do that. Former President Ian Khama called SADC an oppressive brotherhood. He spoke to Namibian Sun. It was actually to Namibian Sun that he made that comment, to say SADC is an oppressive brotherhood. Because if we choose to look away when our so-called brothers are trampling on the rights and of their people, that is not, it's not Pan-Africanism, it's not leadership. We ought, like the African peer review mechanism meant to do, call each other out and say, this, comrade, is not the way to do things. Either you keep quiet or you call them out, but to congratulate,
to endorse
that which has happened in those countries, it's bad. But I just want to also be fair to ECN. This time around, I mean, last year this time, people were calling for the heads to roll at ECN. They wanted commissioners gone, they wanted the executive team to go because they felt that there was gross incompetence and just chaos. Of course, they stayed on, and perhaps they have used that period really a year later to really redeem themselves. Because in fairness, I haven't seen anything strange so far. It might be still early, but I haven't seen anything to paint ECN in negative light at the moment. Even the voter apathy, we can say maybe they did not go all out, but I think they did. People simply do not have appetite for this particular kind of election, as proven over the past few similar elections. So ECN seem to have redeemed themselves. It's early days, we'll see how the next 2-3 days go. But besides how they carry themselves, there are structural things that need to be, it's not a fault, it's not their fault that the act is structured the manner it is structured. But really we must use the next 4 years or 5 years to really reclassify some of the things in that act.
I couldn't agree more, Tovo, especially when you spoke about that regional accountability. And just an update for those interested in African, I'd assume that's all Africans. Sisolo Mbalo, who is the president of Guinea-Bissau, the country went to elections on Sunday. He has currently, at this very moment, been arrested by 4 armed men. There is no understanding why, there's no understanding where it's going. These armed men have not been identified as police, but he has been arrested. And something else to keep in mind is that Kenya tomorrow goes to its by-election. Kenya's political space has been very, very contentious, particularly after President William Ruto tried to introduce the finance bill, which met a lot of opposition from Gen Zs, which turned violent over time. And so, Kenya already had to issue out a statement to say that no violence will be tolerated. Of course, this is not me placing any particular blame on Gen Z themselves. And in Tanzania, they have cancelled Independence Day celebrations. They won't be celebrating Independence Day. They have decided to use that time to rebuild the nation. All this is to say, kudos to the ECN. It has been a peaceful election. Kudos to Namibia. We are peaceful people, but all these countries were once peaceful.
Yeah. I mean, we we sometimes Because like I always call myself, I'm a free speech absolutist. I really believe that there's value in free speech, in freedom of expression. And we have created a country that has started to listen most of the time, not all the time, but I mean, for example, there was just a very classic example. The president recently announced that when the Minister of Mines was removed, the official statement said the president will act as minister in that portfolio for a period of time. And the country went haywire. They say no. Why? What, first and foremost, where in the law is it provided for the head of state to be doubling as a minister? But secondly, what is the game being played here? And the president seemed to have heeded that. A day later, she announced Franz Kapofi as the acting minister in that capacity. That is a listening leadership. That is a leadership that has its ears on the ground, that can sense the temperature in the room. And that is a good thing.
Yes.
So sometimes we don't give our country enough credit.
Absolutely.
But I think compared to even the USA currently, the supposed model democracies, Trump is coming after his detractors. Even within the Republican Party itself, there are people who are on the run because that man says he uses very dangerous language. People can get shot. We saw Charlie Kirk, who just got killed just for expressing views. Of course, it was very divisive views, but he got killed. In countries like ours, none of this kind of things happen, but we don't realize just what is the value of having a country where nobody gets shot, nobody gets killed, and all these kind of things. So sometimes we must pause, reflect, and also say, yes, we have all these problems, unemployment and poverty and hunger and all these things, but we are also living in a proper model democracy, a thriving one.
Definitely, and Namibians can be proud of that. You cannot convince me that the American system is a democracy. Unfortunately, I've thought about it over time. It's not quite landing to me. I've seen enough autocracies in Africa to know when an autocrat rises, and that seems to be what they're dealing with there. But Namibia has been able to handle such situations peacefully. Even if you look at the past election, there were significant issues. Toivo, nothing went over into violence. Namibians respect each other's voices, but now the question is, can we get all of us to speak?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there were some very, very nice images that emerged over the weekend. I think it was in Walvis Bay. SWAPO is in the final push there to recapture Walvis Bay. IPC is there to maintain its stronghold there. And for some reason, the two crowds met somewhere. And I saw in those videos Dr. Itula shaking hands and hugging with people carrying huge SWAPO flags there. A bit reckless because police have always been told to make sure that that kind of interaction doesn't happen. But true to the spirit of Namibians, they just merged, they greeted each other, they say, see you guys at the poll on Wednesday, may the best party win, and everybody went their way peacefully. Go around Africa and see where there'll be bloodshed. There'll be bodies on the ground.
Definitely, without a doubt, and so it's something to be grateful for. But as we're saying, it's one thing democracy is not something that just stays at a particular level without maintenance, and it is not something that doesn't regress without maintenance, because the people keep increasing, the issues keep evolving, and the electoral system needs to be able to evolve with regards to the people. How much are we placing on the youth? We spoke earlier with Matthias, the elderly are showing up as they do. Maybe it's routine, maybe they have a stronger emotional attachment to voting, because for them, they literally had to fight for the right to vote. So why skip any opportunity to do so? That is understood. But galvanizing the youth has been particularly particularly difficult for political parties. And we see that today. We saw those cars driving out yesterday. You know, some were going to the coast, and it wasn't to figure out what's happening there. It's to enjoy the wonderful ocean, which is absolutely lovely. Our tourism industry celebrates you.
Yeah.
But when it comes to casting their votes and giving their voices, if the youth aren't saying anything, they're not going to be youth for much longer, Toivo. They're going to take the reins of power.
Yeah.
How is that going to work?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, now that you spoke of that, now it makes sense also why Parliament recently rejected the idea to reduce voting age to 16. Remember, it's at 18 now. Because, of course, people might have had their own motives why they oppose that. But if a university student who is 21 years old and a bit enlightened than a 16-year-old grade 9 kid is not voting, what we expect, a 16-year-old to really, because you want voting to mean something. It must send a message. People must understand issues. People must be seeking for a particular outcome based on real life issues. So if your varsity students and your grade 12 guys are not popping up now, these 16-year-olds are likely just to come and be spoilers, really. Oh no, that party has a nice color, I like their colors, I'm going to give them my vote.
Yes.
So, but truly, if you have a country of 71% young people as registered voters, and they largely leave the fate and the future of the country, the future in which they will be the active participants, to the 29% older people. That is negligence on the part of young people. You can't leave your future to the devices of people who are in the evening of their lives. So I don't know what youth leagues or political parties are doing, what youth organizations in our country, the student bodies are doing, but there doesn't seem to be good appreciation of what is at stake here. Young people do not appreciate enough what is at stake here, and that is just scary for me.
What scares me more is that they appreciate what's happening in the States. They know exactly what's happening with Donald Trump. If there's a protest happening there, it happens here regardless of the lack of context. They are participating on social media. A lot of them have got purple profile pictures right now. I'm one of them, and that's a good thing to have, without a doubt. It is a movement worth supporting. But the point is, they are used to participating in pockets. Do you think that they just don't respect our democracy?
No, I think it's I mean, you made a good point earlier to say that the older people understand
the
value, but also the history where we are coming from. That there was a point when people who presided over you had no voice in that. They get imposed on you. You have to dance to their tunes, otherwise you'll be shot in the face. And when people got the opportunity to say, what? We can actually dictate ourselves who must preside over our affairs. That's a big thing. That's why they have held on to that value since day one. Those of us, like myself, who were born in the 80s and have memories still of what we saw, the wars that were fought, and then of course we went on to study history and saw what has transpired. We also have an appreciation of why we actually value which is in our hands, that we can actually have the power actually is in my hand. Do young people understand that the power to shape their future is actually in their hands, or do they think that these things are dictated elsewhere? They are not. Who you vote for is exactly who's going to lead you, and you have to identify those yourselves. So really, we need a bit of enlightenment, because it's just not there at the moment.
Yeah, that's a fair point, without a doubt, Toivo, especially as we are moving forward. Now, we've got a bit of a controversial clip, but we have a civic duty to deal with situations as they see them. We're going to fly to the clip now. From our understanding of the context is that this gentleman in particular Allegedly.
Yeah.
Very clear.
So what is being said here is that there's an IPC representative. His name is Mervyn Bahepa, who took a video of Rodman Kashaimo. Rodman Kashaimo is the PDM candidate for Katutura Central constituency, and Mr. Bahepa here took a video of Rodman Kashaimo saying, it says here, upon arrival at the polling station, now reporting Mr. Bahepa, before voting, Mr. Kashaimo engaged voters in the queue, campaigning and giving them money, influencing their decision. Let's just see in that video clip if we see any of that emerging.
The guys is at the center, busy giving people money here at the center, and busy lobbying people here. You see, how can you be campaigning at a polling station like this? This is what he's busy doing. He was busy giving money to people here, and this is what he's still busy with at the queues. This is the polling station at Tioka Shimune School. This is a polling station at Tioka Shimune School. He's not supposed to be doing this. This is not acceptable at all. You see? This is what this guy is busy with. You see, he was busy giving money away here. And he's on camera. He's busy giving money to people away in camera. At the polling station. It's true. It's on camera, say.
Wow.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I heard money. I didn't see money. I'll be very honest.
Yeah.
But look, Tova, I've been quite privileged to be a little popular in our country. That's how I greet people when I go to a show.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to get them to like me before I get on stage.
Yeah.
That is worrying on an election.
Yeah, I think in an election, because you see, Ashwin, there's something that I always say. I say that, SWAPO gets a lot of flack. Ne? I suppose it comes with the territory of being a ruling party. But the things that the opposition does in this country, whether it's lack of internal democracy within those parties, a lot of them, not each one of them, of course, right to things like this. If Sophia Shanungwa was that Mr. Kashaimo today, at wherever she voted today, and Sophia Shanungwa was going along the queue, hugging people and shaking their hands and, rubbing their shoulders, that would have been big news today. For me, in periods like this, political parties have to be held to the same standard. And what we saw there of Mr. Kashaimo greeting people in that manner can be construed as influencing people and essentially, just it's not correct. It shouldn't happen that way.
I couldn't agree more personally. I mean, of course, it's understandable if you're standing in the queue and you're talking to the person who's next to you. You're a Namibian citizen. We're out there. But to kind of cause that kind of ruckus, where you have some people cheering, it is very, very disturbing. If President Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah decided to do such a thing, as you said, there will be fire. Ms. Sophia Shanungwa actually made it a point to say she did not want to talk to people.
Yeah, exactly.
She made it a point.
Yeah.
And of course, none of this is correlated to any political credibility. How you see that is how you see that.
Yeah,
but with regards to this particular situation, this cause, and I believe our entire conversation from the morning to now has been calling for a sense of introspection as Namibians with regards to what elections mean to us, and with regards to the people who want to be elected, what the rules mean and what it means to deliver. Any couple final words before we end off with some more recaps of the day?
Yeah, so there's something that I mentioned earlier in the afternoon, and that is the casual manner with which we are presiding over these local authorities, and my clarion call for Minister James Angwasa to even intensify what he has been doing lately. We reported in Namibian Sun this week that the outgoing councillors of the city of Windhoek splashed $2 million during the last 4 weeks of their time in office.
4 weeks?
4 weeks. From the 31st of, it's not even 4 weeks up to now, just 3 weeks, because from the 31st of October to 26th of November now, it's roughly 3 weeks. They went to Bogota, Colombia. They went to Berlin in Germany. The mayor of Windhoek just returned on Sunday from China, 3 days before the election. And then there was another trip to Spain. $2 million spent on those trips. Money that could have gone to, because the Mr. Sangwasa's point is, what are you going to learn there? Yeah, as a matter of fact, one of the councillors is not even returning to council. I think it's Ilse Keister of AR. I don't think she's on that list, and if she's there, she's very far. She's not coming back. There's no question about that. So, if you are one leg out of the council, you went on that trip to learn what and to implement it where, when. So, this is wastage. This is people treating this. This is our money. It's not their money. It's our rates and taxes that we pay to these councils so that they can globetrot. It's not correct.
Yeah.
So there has to be a firm hold onto these local authorities. We had an issue of a mayor there in Omthia living in Windhoek full time, but he's the mayor there in Omthia, and he says no, the local authority act doesn't prevent me from. Just serve the people according to common sense.
Yes.
If I want this, I'm a resident of Omthia and I just want to barge into the office of the mayor and really complain about something, or bring an idea or whatever, the door is in Windhoek. What kind of leadership is that? It's not always about what the act says. It's also about humility and just common sense, really.
Yes, without a doubt, ethics as well.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Toivo, for being on Election Watch 2025 as you do so well. Hashtag Namibia Decides 2025. Tomorrow, we'll be bringing you results on our social media throughout the day on elections.my.na throughout the day as they come out. On NTV, it's going to be 8:30, 12:30, 3:30. We'll make sure that we keep you covered. Tonight on 7:30, Sunset News is going to be giving a special election update with regards to what has transpired today. For now, we're going to leave you as we head into my.na properties, just something to cool our heads before we swing back into the election news. So this has been Election Watch 2025, hashtag Namibia Decides 2025 with the one and only Toivo Njebela and Ashwin Berry.
I think the voting process has so far been very smooth. I started off at MTC and I'm now here at Lady Kohamba. The queues are not long and we have not experienced any hiccups. But I'm just encouraging the voters out there to come out in big numbers to exercise their democratic right. Because people must realize that the services that are provided by regional councils and municipal councils are the services that are close to the people. Therefore, people should please come out in big numbers to exercise their democratic right. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. We just finished voting, and it was a great improvement to what we experienced during the general election. It was very swift and efficient. The queues are not long, so I hope many people will still come and vote. But so far, so good. I'm happy that I voted and that the process is carrying on efficiently.
I've just visited the Nama Primary School polling station here in Swakopmund polling stations. There's 2 of them together. Yeah, presiding officer is a little bit shy to speak to the media at the moment, but that's no matter. Everything seems fine and stable and well for now. An average of about 6 minutes per voter for the voting process itself, and then for an intake of 4 or 5 new voters during that single voting cycle, meaning 4 or 5 new voters taken in every 5 or 6 minutes. Yeah, long-ish lines for a local authority election here in Swakopmund, but all seems